Live training. I'll be down there in a moment, Fabricator. I spoke with my mind distracted by the immense numbers of humans and bionic servitors toiling for the Forge world and its megadocks. While I have seen even larger forges like Mars or Triplex fall, who were able to construct many more capital ships at once, Forge Goth was also a hive world, with maybe 200 billion people using most living space, and many unlivable places as well. But did they have a billion troops armed and ready to defend the system from an invasion? Of course not. Barely 1/100 of that. It was like the Imperium of Man was not in total war for its very survival against chaos and Xenos. If some enemy managed to land on Illivar, we did have 200 PDF divisions, mostly infantry, to defend the place and make any enemy bleed. Not that landing would be easy, considering the substantial fleet and the arrays of space forts and orbital lasers. Forge Goth, in comparison, they were wide open, possibly relying on their Titan Legion or the Skitarii maniples. Only a dozen space forts and some 50 capital ships? I felt like slapping them over and over. The leadership, of course. You can deploy in the underhives with my Marines. Lash, try to keep them safe while I reposition most of the star system. I spoke gently and unleashed my sons on the poor gangers and cultists polluting this word. Adding a hungry tan was only the icing on the cake. Firstly, an outer layer of metal asteroids for a fort belt guarding the outer minefield. Then a million ice and methane comets from the outer cloud, brought inside the fort belt perimeter for safer mining in case of a siege. Then a second line of metal asteroids, both for mining, and a secondary fort line englobing the inner sphere. Then 1,000 more ice comets near the space docks to ease water and reactor refueling. And then, let's start cleaning the obvious mutated genostealers and painted chaos cultists. The sun may glow brighter for a second. An hour later, I began to tire and leaned on Canis for support. Hey buddy, I work so hard, see? Woo, woof. My wolf explained politely. Right, I did have a more important job to do. Click. We moved next to the busy Fabricator, who was filling requisition documents and inspecting ship logs. You could have 100 acolytes doing the boring job. Fabricator, I spoke politely, while my right hand flicked the null box on my chest open. The giant spider in red robes froze for a second, then turned to measure Canis and me with a dozen types of augmented senses. Lord Lancefire. This Ordo_Sinister? I can't say they are familiar. Also the Inquisition, going by the encryption, he remarked with a second glance at my pretty large wolf. They were similar in size. In fact, it is the first branch of the Inquisition, founded by the Emperor himself. Also called his left hand for an important reason. Save that file and I'll show you, I said in a soft voice. The big stick will come soon. Compliance, he droned in a monotonous voice. He obviously computed more meaning from my words than I thought. Another click, and we arrived back on the Black Lament, and in front of two Psi-Titans belonging to the Collegia Titanica, which was not a training school for future Titan pilots. The big Psi cannon is called Sinistraminus Tenebri. It can kill even greater demons if fully charged. The Emperor built them by hand. I declared a bit proud. There weren't many people who saw such relics or lived to tell the tale after. I understand, Lord Lancefire. The demonstration was not needed, as we did obtain so much from our expedition already, the Fabricator said with a slightly odd or greedy gaze at the waiting Titans. You may be satisfied, but I am not. I invested a great deal of trust and valuable resources into this trade. Yet I find your forge is pitifully defended and almost overrun with genostealers and cultists. My space marines are already cleaning your underhives, and some valuable minerals or fort emplacements were relocated in better position. But you will need to work much harder, Fabricator. 1 billion troops for defense, and minimum of 10,000 system corvettes for your fleet, I demanded while taking out a set of schematics for corvettes and even fringe space forts designed by my own hand. And lastly, a planetary mantle reality cage. The Mechanicus in general did have everything just provided, but it wasn't distributed equally or fairly. Some places had many more STCs or tech priests, even STC constructors. Other forges worked only by hand and wasted billions of work hours to construct and assemble a tank or torpedo. With a greedy tentacle, the ancient spider mecha grabbed my new data slates and downloaded everything on his internal cogitator core. I see. Do you have divine knowledge of an impending invasion, Lord Lancefire? The Fabricator asked in a subdued tone. You've heard of chaos, orcs, necrons, tyranids? Are you waiting to be stomped into the ground before you prepare defenses? Don't answer that. I demanded more forcefully. As you command, my lord, the big spider said in a dour tone. More docks, and use the dais mining drones. They are simple enough to control with a mind implant. And don't forget my other stuff, I concluded with a sad voice. Click, and the fabricator returned to his office a bit richer and a lot more burdened. Another click, and the mourners also deployed in another hive city to begin easy live-firing tests on helpless criminals. I just kept watch, while mentally attributing score points and demerits for mistakes. The Lamenters were already quite experienced and could take care of themselves, especially with support from 4,000 tech marines. Gangs and cults on a Forge Worlds did sometimes have an advanced weapon like a bolter or melt-a-gun, so they had to proceed with some caution, but generally it went easy enough. The Terminators had triple multi-lasers as their infantry cleaner, while the other arm held a heavier weapon like plasma cannon. They simply mowed down hundreds of gangers with impunity, although rarely some big mutant appeared that needed a heavy gun to lay down. A few Leviathans already got their demiurge upgrades, making them even more lethal. Ion guns were rather more deadly than simple bolters or loss guns, especially the ion beamers who could fire a long beam of ion subparticles and simply sweep an entire room with one shot. Swoosh! A missile slammed into a Rosarius shield, making my son tumble and fall from a high ledge. Sigh. I flicked my boy back onto solid ground, and behind the missile team, Faye's blade came out, and he took revenge in a slash. Pay attention, Lore. I admonished him mildly. This was live training after all. People could get hurt. Wolfish brain. Using the Primaris blanks against common criminals and gangers may have been overkill, as the criminals soon began to surrender en masse. Even so, as the mourners' captains came to screen the rounded prisoners, once in a while their phase blades would flash like green wings of light and split open some disguised genestealers, as their new etheric detectors confirmed Type 6 etheric signals, contagious. Lash also had the gift to hunt down more genestealers alongside them, sometimes slapping them around to make them reveal a hidden claw or some other weapon, before crunching their heads like grapes between his jaws. Just kill them, Lash, and find the genestealer patriarch. There always is one. I commented dourly. The Tan was a bully as well as a coward, hiding from stronger foes while enjoying torturing poor creatures. I do as my wolf engrams say I should. But yes, maybe that patriarch would provide more enjoyment, he replied while scanning the surrounding for a minute, then flashing away at hyperspeed through the maze of tunnels, leaving behind a trail of dismembered and gored humanoid corpses. I had the sad task of providing cleaning duty, flicking the corpses into Goth's sun. Eventually, the cleansing of Goth ended after a week of mild fighting and 100 minor injuries among the Marines. I did have to give my apothecaries some training too, and the boys a few scars to boost their egos. I was mostly helping the fabricator with logistical problems, moving mountains of metal and relocating ships or Mechanicus personnel at greater speed and no fuel cost. Must have saved the Forge a few decades with my help, as they already organized the first Ragnarok tank factorium and even used some newly conscripted servitors as assembly line workers, while giant stamp hammers folded plasteel plates into the desired chassis. Is this how you organize the production at Machine Forge 2? The fabricator asked as we observed the results of our efforts, and the first Goth pattern Ragnarok personnel carrier came off the assembly line. Sure, this variant was far easier to make, without the heavy adamantium turret of the tank, nor adamantium tracks. Pretty much, yes. But we also use separate assembly line for each individual parts, like engines and targeting cogitators. Then we gather them at a large assembly plant and simply weld everything together. It takes a bit more work to create the subsidiary factoriums, but the manufacture rates increase greatly, I explained while watching the equivalent of the Ford T assembly line producing another Ragnarok 10 minutes later. It can be done even faster? The Goth's fabricator muttered in surprise. Stick with this method for a few centuries, esteemed fabricator, and when you decide to try a faster way, test it with consumable munitions like autocannon and artillery shells first. Best if you discover the perils of macro industry with less complicated devices, I commented wryly. Fabricator Gemma might have torn her hair out if she had any left, as managing the exact ratios for each separate factoriums to produce a finished product on time was rather intense. "You're going to purge the Hellforge when you leave here?" He asked with no ulterior motive. "Want to join?" I asked with an easy voice. He couldn't actually leave his post, too wired into everything. "We have some specialized tech priests that can help, called Texorcists. They have a special mechadendrite installed that includes hexagrammic data gates. The altered mechadendrite helps the Texorcist as the special electronic wards allows them to resist the corruption of chaos-infested machine spirits, and they may find some intact STCs or fragments," the spider-frame tech priest proposed with a longing voice. "Sure, I'll take a few, but one of them will need to remain with me from here on. I will need him to train my tech marines," I said in a curt voice. A way to counter chaos data corruption would be valuable. I haven't heard of chaos-resistant tech sorcery before, but it made sense though. Even the Mechanicus would adapt, after a few millennia of bashing their heads against the same problem. Not always though. Acceptable. "I think Texorcist Paulus, Zav 81555 will suit your company the best. He is quite capable of intuitive thinking, speculation, and improvisation due to his lateral and unorthodox processes. Not a common trait among the Mechanicus, you understand," the fabricator explained, while passing his problem child into my care. "But I like this Pollux already. He sounded just like my type of guy. Have Pollux and his people signal when ready. I'll transport them to my fortress. And don't forget our trade," I proclaimed in a grand voice, then patted Canis on the nose and vanished. "Waff. Wura?" Canis asked wisely, then ran for his meat dispenser to feed his internal furnace. While Canis wasn't the classic cyber-underlayer present everywhere in this galaxy, we were still connected, both by implants and possibly our souls. The Emperor certainly did something to us both. I still got the crux of his meaning, though. New tech priests may figure out something about Lash, especially if they had intuitive thinking. Something to figure out later. Anyways, I had enough of industry for today, and possibly for a year. Ladies, prepare to be lanced. I ran past Brother Jogaton and left my armor in the Tesseract in mid-air, reaching the shower already naked. Try to be cautious with the tech priests, Lord Lancefire. They have insidious methods to infiltrate your mind, via implants, my bodyguard advised me from the shower's open door. That is actually true, brother. But I did just recruit some specialists on the topic, and I have Venu's Temple Logis firewalls too, I shouted from under the hot water stream. "You know the Mechanicus also makes those firewalls, right?" he asked softly. I froze for a second, then let the water cool slowly. In a minute, I was ready for my fucking duty. "Nothing I can do about that, just now. Go call the First Lady in," I said as I jumped naked in my bed. "Just find a way, my lord. My sword can't protect you from new sphere attacks," the bodyguard grumbled as he made his way to the door, hand on the unlit pommel of his phased blade. "Lord Lancefire? What a big lance!" the woman stammered as she measured the renowned lance that made my dynasty so famous and rather numerous lately. She wore only a thick, fluffy robe to keep her warm in the waiting room. "Take a seat beside me, dear. Tell me about yourself," I asked in a gentle voice. "My father is Major Slimarbo. My mother is an auxilia corporal from Catacan. So, I come from a military family, and I heard about your exploits and the need to increase the dynasty with more blanks." She gushed a bit too rapidly. "Your father put you to this," I concluded with a wry smile, then leaned over and kissed her neck gently. "It didn't take much convincing, my lord," she murmured while blushing heavily. "Oh, a virgin. Saved herself for the big day, with the famous Lancefire." I saw Jagadin point his thumb up for an extra point. "You bet it was a good find." My hands caressed her back softly and drew her robe away, making her young breasts flop up and down in a mesmerizing move. My wolfish brain took over, and I leaned down to eat. Lore. In the large new hall of remembrance, set inside the Black Lament cavernous depth, I had gathered all my Lamenter's marines and the mourners as well, standing in a different squares facing a slab of blackstone as a podium, hosting hundreds of battle standards and crusade reminders, be they pics, hololith vids, or even weapons and armor from our defeated foes. Brother Helios did have a flair for grandiose yet grieving monuments to our suffering. Astartes, we are the defenders of humanity, as you have just experienced here at Forge World Goth. That also means purging the corrupt from within humanity's ranks. I know there were other chapters that only recruited their marines from the dark underhives of the Imperium, looking for fast or shrewd killers among the younger boys who dwell there. Expedient way to boost numbers, yet look where it led them. All of them are getting replaced with Primaris clones and slowly discarded into obscurity. This is not because the firstborn bodies were weaker, but because they were also prone to corruption. All of you, on the other hand, are not. You bear my own brand of blankness, and just like that you become immune to corruption and what they fear. Most of you have also fathered your own children, before drinking from the chalice of sanguination and become the bearer of the gene seed. Your children may also one day continue your duty as Marines or battle sisters or fleet personnel in whatever other roles they may take. For the blankness we all carry is the true salvation for humanity. Our next target is the Cyclothrathine Holdfast, a hidden lair of chaos forces centered on Hellforge Cyclothraith. This will not be an easy training mission like cleaning Forge Goth, as these traitors have remained unbroken since the Horus Heresy, hidden behind arcane chaos sorcery and dark mechanicum's new sphere jamming. For that purpose, I have decided to prepare you how to combat chaos and give you time to learn how to construct and use the new STCs we obtained from the small humans calling themselves Demiurge or Nastari. Click, and 7 tech sources from Forge Goth appeared in the middle of the podium. A single tech priest stood a bit aside, possibly my Pollux. I believe 1 week will be sufficient for everyone to become proficient in hexagrammatic procedures. I'll check inside every day or so, I explained curtly, then sent everyone inside the accelerated time field of the Tesseract. At my side, Lash glanced at me with a wolfish grin. A week? That will be over 2,000 years for your poor kids. He spoke out loud. All ships, form up on the Black Lament and go autistic, I ordered on the Vox, before hugging Canis at my other side. It was time to sail forth and locate the Hellforge, hidden among nearly impenetrable warp storms and spatial disturbances, as well as dense nebulae and clouds of metal dust. Luckily, I did have the Tesseract arcane tech sensors, as well an almost stable Tan at my side. Keep him well fed, and he would even help sometimes in battle or provide Tan tech artifacts. Soon enough, the fleet departed known imperial borders, and thus became my eminent domain by the grace of the warrant. Pretending to be an inquisitor was a bit daunting, even for my callous nerves. Far better to return to my rogue traitor origins and boldly explore the unknown and the dangerous for adventure and loot. Most of the records pertaining to the Horus Heresy had been redacted from imperial cogitators, likely as to not provide weak-minded citizens with more temptation than normal. Sadly, this also included what Horus had done here, but I could imagine he gifted the Forge world with enough advanced tech or valuable STCs, enough to convince them to take his side. As I walked out from the hall, I met a pair of silent sisters posted as guards, as well as 2 battalions of Auxilia armed sentinels providing some fire support just in case. Ladies, anything nice to chat about? I asked politely. A flash of fingers replied, saying something like, boring duty. When do we climb your lance again? You do have mind impulse units, ladies, I commented wryly, as Canis bravely walked forward to be petted by my concubines. You said we will get Volkite pistols soon. Felicia growled in a data transmission. We should have enough in a week. I just had my boys learning the new tech, I explained with a thumb pointed at the door behind me. Tonight? Letitia asked in a warmer tone. I shook my head and walked past. Tonight is quite full. The 2 sisters glanced at each other and grabbed their blade pommels tight. Phase blades and quite deadly to anything. They are a bit cute, Lash commented as he gently nosed them away, also acting brave since Tan blades would not hurt a Tan. They simply got absorbed back into him. I know because Canis tried to slice Lash a little and lost half of his phase claws, to the Tannis amusement. Every day, I would enter the labyrinth and spend some time with my kids, monitoring their progress and settling disputes. Even if it sounds incredible, my sons were still human, and centuries of tedious learning in the same company would sometimes create sparks. They also got stronger and better every day, both in body and Astartes abilities or tactics, but also gaining new equipment as the Tech Marines added more and more advanced Demiurge tech to their armor and weapons. By the time the Hell Week passed, many of the Tech Marines had reached either Tech Sources level and a dozen even Forge Master level. Mastercrafted artifacts were an order of magnitude better than normal ones, so I was quite pleased. The time was not wasted, even if 2,000 years is actually a long time. Forge Goth's tech priests had also advanced greatly, improving their own arsenals with weave shields and even began to copy the barrier tech warding shields to install them on our librarians. Intuitive thinking may have helped them more than I thought possible. More Terminator tactical dreadnought armors were produced for the mourners, even using some knowledge from the Nostari exo armors to make them more durable. The last day was spent absorbing the tech sorcery lessons as digested by my sons, and installing chaos-proof hexagrammic wards on our armor and weapons, including the Mind Impulse units. Sadly, I also had to modify my own armor and install a special fold to carry my dedicated Chaos Interface Mechadendrite. It just wasn't safe to link directly with any Chaos-infected machine, not even for a blank. Pollux came beside me and measured me from head to toe before grunting a single disgusted word. Passable. Still better than a failure, I guess. I love you too, Pollux. Now, we're close enough to the Hellforge. You think we're ready? I asked with a nod at my Astartes. Don't play around this time, Lancefire. There's a strong reason why the Imperium didn't manage to conquer the C++ holdfast for 12 millennia. Pollux muttered in a warning voice, then returned to study his Ordo Malleus special warding skull. I nodded gravely and gently brought everyone out from the Tesseract. Astartes, the Hellforge stands $300 in front of us, filled with chaos horrors and mechanicum abominations. Are you ready? I shouted from my podium. We were about 10 times further than Neptune was from Sol, and still outside the comet cloud. They shall know fear. A loud shout filled the hall. They certainly will. I was here, after all. The master of fear, Pavor Dominator, the motto of my order Titanicus Terranic Ordo Sinister. The C++ Holdfast Report. Tired after another lengthy interrogation of another Chaos traitor, Inquisitor Amberly Vale gestured at her remaining blank Astartes bodyguards to move further away, which they did with obvious wary steps. Only 8 have survived from the demented morning crusade against the gigantic C++ holdfast, but she didn't doubt more blanks will arrive to replenish the dozen that had died, mostly by her own hand, if not fault. Over 9,000 of his special Deathwatch Black Shields have also died in this crusade, with their provider not even raising an eyebrow. It is better that they die for the Emperor than by the Emperor's own hand. He spoke with a careless tone, and holding an obvious hidden meaning to his words. Most likely, captured Chaos traitors, somehow brainwashed or even mind-wiped to fight for the Loyalist side again, while using their blood and deaths to wash away their sins. Or even more likely, just as an expedient means to dispose of the traitors, while still making use of their battle prowess. There were other cases among the genuine Black Shields where former Chaos Marines had indeed returned to serve for a last battle at the side of the Emperor's Angels, gripping the Archaeostylus in her right hand, and still holding the bone staff glued to her left palm by an enterprising and brave Tech Marine. She began writing the new report on the topic of the Morning Crusade. To the God Emperor of mankind and my fellow Inquisitors, I hereby testify to the events of the Morning Crusade, as witnessed with my own senses. This crusade began with a curious but understandable request of aid from Forge World Goth, located in Segmentum Obscurus. They had located a potential lead for an STC, and after their own efforts, and many other forces, had failed to investigate a dead world called Grail. They asked Chapter Master Lancefire to aid them. A few weeks after, Planet Grail was scoured of anything alive, dead or in between by the powerful Immaterium beam of the Black Lament Fortress, and then opened for Explorator Mechanicus adepts to search and retrieve any technological marvels that lingered in the old ruins, or the derelict ships still drifting in orbit. There were hundreds of such vessels, many of obvious Xenos design like tree-shaped or crystal-like constructs, beside the many Imperial Navy, mercenary, pirate, or Mechanicus vessels. Afterwards, the Crusade fleet consisting of 10 battleships, 14 battle cruisers, and 102 heavy cruisers, along several escort carriers and a Forge ship, plus the Black Lament itself traveled to Forge Goth and began cleaning and purging the criminals, cultists, genestealers, and other such mutants infesting the Imperial Forge. While the cleaning took place, Forge Goth itself began a massive expansion and rearmament program, including orbital minefields and forts, new capital and escort dockyards, as well as tank factoriums and various other devices, mostly involving newer STC templates brought by Lord Lancefire. During this stage, a new Astartes chapter was revealed, all composed of Primaris blank Marines, and named the Mourners. It appears Lord Lancefire has the intention of creating a successor chapter for the Lamenters, and is now testing various weapons or tactics before the new, not yet sanctioned, chapter is sent to Holy Terra for official recognition by their Primarch. While at Forge Goth, both the Lamenters and the Mourners received a considerable amount of technical and tactical upgrades, including the use of Texorcist's wards and other hexagrammic data barriers to allow for the investigation or even subversion of chaos-infected machine spirits or other devices. This was in preparation for the next target of the Morning Crusade, the invasion and cleansing of the Cyclothrathene Holdfast domain, also called C++ by the Mechanicus adepts for esoteric motives. This was a chaos hellforge, fallen into treason during the Horus Heresy, yet managing to remain a thorn into Imperium's side ever since. Until yesterday, to be correct. Once more changing tactics and methods, Lord Lancefire advanced cautiously towards this damned hellforge and slowly learned of their deployment and defenses, before launching rapid cut thrusts and feints with his blank Astartes, appearing to try to drag out the hidden forces of the hellforge. The Crusade fleet bombarded from distance larger concentrations of space fighters, demon engines, and even Dark Mechanicum fleet squadrons with Nova cannons, causing ever larger casualties among the traitors. A trio of Omen arcs emerged from a warp rift in response to these provocations, colossal in size, yet obviously not fully finished. After the Black Lament scoured them of any souls with the Immaterium beam, the arcs were captured and towed away for investigation, revealing astonishing STC devices or Arcane Archaeotech Cogitator and FTL communication systems, now called quantum comms, as well as probability-based targeting cogitators or counterballistic teleportation batteries, similar to the already known Forge Rise's teleportarium deflectors. After this part of the crusade was over, Lord Lancefire continued with a meticulous and organized assault on the Hellforge itself, shattering its sentient minefields, demon-infested forts, and the bird-decorated dockyards and other chaos symbols, which foreshadowed further events. Soon, the drop pod range secured landing sites onto the surface of the Hellforge. The Astartes and their auxilia units, only armor and walker elements, also descended in force and began driving back and slaughtering chaos cultists or the lower-level demon engines warped from old tanks or walkers from Horus Heresy times. By the grace of the Emperor and their own weave shields, ion beamers, and phase blades of the Astartes, the corrupted servants of chaos could not stand to, or even damage the Crusade troops. Things appeared to go well enough, so I also deployed on the ground to help with speeding up the cleansing. It was then the Chaos Trap was revealed, as hundreds of warp rifts opened to disgorge perhaps 1 million Chaos Space Marines, as many as all Astartes in the Imperium, with thousands of infected tanks, knights, and titans in support. Not only that, but 9 greater demons lead these chaos forces against only 2 Astartes chapters and their support. From here on, fighting became intense and deadly in the extreme, with cataclysmic weapons used by both sides, including psyker spells and abilities. 2 of the Emperor's own Psi-Titans held the greater demons back, and even killed 3 with their powerful Psi-Cannons, when Arch-Traitor Armin arrived as well, leading a band of elite Chaos champions and a Nurgle shard bound with warp fire flames. They attacked with relentless ferocity, straight towards my own position. I engaged the Arch-Traitor in Psyker duel, but he was proven far stronger. My bone staff was ripped from my hands, unleashing my own uncontrolled Psyker powers, which caused massive damage to my own bodyguards and nearby auxilia troops. Under the demented laughs of the Chaos Sorcerer, my lightning scourging expanded to continent-wide scale, killing everyone not protected, and many of those protected as well. Of course, I tried to focus my power onto the enemy, and eventually I did mange too, but the worst was already done. A system-wide blankness covered the C++ holdfast, while Silent Sisters emerged to dispatch the remaining greater demons and many Chaos Lords and Sorcerers. It was still not enough. Only the arrival of over 12,000 Black Shield Space Marines drew the battle to a draw. Even then, over 9,000 of them died in warp flames or Titan-level firepower, despite their new weave shields and Volkite rifles. Sister Stern released her demonifuge powers on the Nurgle shard, causing it to scream in pain and contract into a small ball of leaking pus, which eventually boiled away. I am convinced this Nurgle shard was permanently killed, yet I cannot explain how. I just know. Then again, Alpha Plus powers are rather difficult to explain. Then suddenly everything ended. All the Crusade troops vanished, and then the traitors as well, leaving only Lord Lancefire to face the arch-traitor face to face, while still flanked by his two Fenrisian wolves. "Why aren't you running?" Lord Lancefire asked in a curious voice, as he drew a pistol and fired a dark beam. "Xenos tech?" At Ahriman, blowing off his right arm, staring at his missing arm, and then at the rising sun. The Chaos Sorcerer just sighed. "I hope to ambush you in turn, Lancefire, but the dawn of war is yet to come." He spoke with a sad voice, then crumbled once more into empty armor parts. It seems the entire Chaos Army was somehow teleported into the sun by Lord Lancefire, while the Crusade troops were returned to their ship barracks to heal or recover. Now I know why Lord Lancefire always said he tries not to cheat. All the deaths and sacrifice of troops and effort, replaced by a single snap of his fingers. It makes victory meaningless. Further updates to come as the crusade continues. Amberley Vale, Holy Inquisitor for Ordo Xenos and Ordo Astartes. Thought for the day. The meaning of victory is not the defeat of your enemy but his utter destruction, to eradicate him from living memory, leaving no remnant of his endeavor. Scales. I never expected to be so hated. Sure, I was a blank and thus all sorts of disturbed looks or other signs of not being liked were common. Maybe it was why I avoid normal humans when possible. While the reclamation of the holdfast domain continues, with some ease, I also tally my loses and lament, feeling my heart bleed inside. Of course, I won the battle even when ambushed by a gigantic coalition of chaos warbands and traitor legions, even titans, outnumbered 1,000 to 1, and won with a snap of my fingers. Yet at the same time, I lost. I still had to use the Tesseract offensively. That brought a host of potential problems, just like it did before. At Fenris and Terra Encadia, no enemy will simply wait for death, and thus they would search for a method to resist or disrupt the Tesseract, even if they didn't know exactly what I had. Chaos had not only the Mechanicum tech priests, but also hundreds of Xenos races with their own advanced tech, which made the development of anti-transport devices only a matter of urgency and resources. Necrons were also awakening in larger numbers, thus bringing out examples of their technology, which would inevitably also fall into the hair-tech hooks of the Dark Mechanicum. These were not the apex Necrons that won the war in heaven, but mere shadows of themselves, with cogitating and memory engrams scattered or destroyed by their long sleep. Someone like that Vashtor could make use of the Necron tech and create scary weapons. It took only a single day in the time-accelerated labyrinth to recover all injured or lost Astartes, even creating Primaris replacements for those who died, using my stock of newly born children accelerated to induction age. I did impregnate 200 women every week on average, thus 10,000 children in a year. I would never run out of Astartes, not even with such battles every month. Building new Texorcist wards for the new Astartes took much longer than the mere decade to upgrade their bodies. Gene Seed was also quick to collect as decades flew by in the Tesseract. I even started a third successor chapter, the Grieving. I was indeed grieving for the loss of half my Space Marines. But I also knew this wasn't the end, just another minor battle against endless chaos traitors. Even if I killed 1,000,000 traitors a day ago, more Space Marines, even the new Primaris would defect and join the traitor ranks soon. It was inevitable. The last Chaos God, Cinch, was left all alone now, free to plot and infect any human he could reach. And obviously he did. Perhaps? No, it couldn't work. Not by myself. I failed with Nurgle too, and I did have quite a lot of help from divine-level entities. Even Ahriman was strong enough to escape or ambush me, not to mention his patron Dark God. And now, what was left of Nurgle was being hunted and used as a leashed beast by chaos sorcerers, almost like a dark, chaos mockery of the Necron's use of the broken tan shards. Sister Decima rapped her knuckles on my head, lifting my mood. "We continue," I spoke in her mind. "Of course we do. Another orc safari?" she asked jokingly on the implant data link. Truth to be told, once Decima came out and enveloped the system with her immense pariah aura, any orc whack would lose its potency and make the orcs decay into axe-running cucumbers and simple practice targets even for the auxilia. Probably not. Orcs can be fought by any Imperial forces. Necrons and Tyranids, not so much, I answered with a sigh. Duty before pleasure. "I am not of use against Necrons," Decima said as she walked away. Click. Amberly Vale appeared before me, eyes dark from lack of sleep. I am not happy, my dear, I spoke in a sad voice. She declined to answer. Her Miss Friendly Fire nickname had turned against her, and me as well. It was worrisome to know she could flare out with powers able to devastate my troops so easily. Almost 100,000 sentinels and their pilots were fried to slag by unleashed lightning, as well as some blank Astartes that were too close. Almost 100 of my sons, including many of her own bodyguards. You realize I can't allow you to deploy with my troops again. You almost matched that Chaos Titan Legion in effective damage. Against my troops, I growled a little. I'll leave, she spoke in a soft voice. You will travel with the mourners to Terra. I do have some artifacts to send to the Emperor, and your credentials will grant them faster approval, I explained in a mild voice. As you say, Lord Lancefire, she muttered in a subdued tone, eyes cast down. As for your own problem, I think Titan will have a way. All their Grey Knights are powerful psychers after all, I added in a tired voice. A low chance, she spoke in a disheartened tone. And don't send the C++ report by warp. It's stupid to hope the enemy doesn't read your mail. I suspect it's how they prepared the ambush as well, I concluded with a glance at Lash, and sent the Inquisitor back to her locked room for now. I can always eat her. Or let Canis do it, the Tan said with a hungry tone. 1,000,000 Chaos Marines for 1,000 of my sons. It was a decent trade. The Emperor will forgive her, maybe even promote her, I answered with a sad smile. The Tan watched me for a minute, then nodded his giant wolf head. You're starting to learn how gods actually think. Is not very different from your rogue trader methods, just the scale is larger. You've grown a bit too. A few more centimeters, another few more women on my bed. A few minutes each, and duty was done. I could taste poison now, and be fine. Slowly, everything about me became better. More. 1,000,000 years would make me a Primarch, I mused softly. A giant blank Primarch able to fuck non-stop. Unceasing duty to populate the galaxy with my direct descendants. Still thinking small, young human. Try a few billion years, the old Tan proposed with a wry tone. My lifespan would end way sooner. I am not a Tan, I replied with an amused headshake. Think of Canis as well. He is now soulbound to you. The more you grow, Lash said with a glance at my wary wolf. Woof. Woo. Ayuyuyuyu. Canis howled, possibly stealing my thoughts. I could make a myth come true. A wolf god eating sons as snacks. It would take 100 years. You think the universe will let me just ascend, without throwing more problems at me? I asked in a cynical tone. The alien wolf just stared at me. No words, letting me reach the obvious conclusion by myself. I didn't have to get involved. The Emperor and his Primarchs were now back. Patroclus and his Tesseract could solve many problems for the Imperium. Victor could keep the dynasty safe of the other side. As for the Lamenters, I could spare my good Tesseract. Maybe give it to Valerian. We'll see. There are other things to prepare first, I said in a careless tone, but I already knew I will do it. Not in one go, but in week-long vacations. Train more Astartes as well. I could train many Astartes in 1,000,000 years. I could also speed up the clone skeins, create trillions of warp-occluded clones, and send them forth to colonize and explore the fringe, guarded by blank Astartes, even more blank tech marines and tech priests. There could be 1,000,000,000 livable planets out there. Still, I did have a smarter partner in crime, waiting for me at Forge Machine. The Speranza would know how to proceed. As the Goth Mechanicus fleet arrived to take charge of the desiccated corpse of the C++ Holdfast, I gathered my own ships and departed for Forge Mazoa. The mourners left for Terra with Inquisitor Vale on board, as well as tons of artifacts and some new STCs, including real fragments recovered and cleaned by the Texorcists. What a useful clade, these strange tech priests. I could make them more popular wherever I went. It only took a week to train thousands of them after all. Maybe I did have to learn how to think on a larger scale. Coming home, Forge Mazoa was already working hard to complete their trade with me, albeit in their usual low-yield manner of hand manufacture. Another week of bothersome system-wide manipulation resulted in the Forge world becoming an order of magnitude more productive, with faraway comets and asteroids brought close for mining or new forts. I even spent a day inside the Tesseract to accelerate and complete the clone skeins production method and gene crucibles, until we managed to find the right balance of mild blankness and physical robustness needed by the Forge's workforce. 100 of my blank daughters were selected and approved to become new Mazoa tech priests, including the tech sources training. Their children would form a new caste of blank Forge Worlders to pilot and captain the Mazoa Basilican Astra capital ships with no risk of defection to chaos. Leaving the Forge with advanced samples of Demiurge tech would not be an advantage if they went unsupervised, or perhaps turned renegade in the future. Did I also use the time to gain access to the Asterius Gravtank STC and then improve it with more Demiurge tech? Who knows? I deny all accusations of tech heresy, but indeed, with both a Void Shield and a Weave Shield, the flying tank would be a beast on any battlefield, and the new weapons could only improve that. My Burst V cannon was the modified Volcano cannon that fired continuous lower yield beams like a multi-laser would, instead of a single, energy-draining beam like the Shadow's Word Baneblade. Two such V cannons in the turret would outrange and outperform the original accelerator guns by an order of magnitude. Thanks, Trazen. You do great work. I did add a Hyperios_missile_ launcher at the back of the tank's turret, since heavy tanks did make a valuable target for enemy air attacks. I also replaced the useless heavy stubber with an ion beamer, giving it a far better close defense weapon without ammunition. Two tarantula turrets were to be bolted on the sides and provide twin triple-barreled multi-laser firing arcs for anti-infantry combat. The frontal twin bolters were replaced with twin-linked burst V lances, once more increasing the firing rate and damage by an order of magnitude, while discarding ammunition. Other than plating the heavy tank with blackstone instead of ceramite, the design remained much the same. It was far more durable and powerful though, which may be needed in the years ahead. For the hard work, I was repaid with a contract for 1,200 Mazoa pattern Asterius tanks, to be delivered in batches on warp-less ships traveling towards the fringe. I only took 20 almost finished grav tanks with me as I departed, as to give my tech marines some experience in working with the new Mechanicus wonders, but I managed to replace the lost sentinels from the Forge's vaults. Forge Mazoa instead gained 10 billion hardy clones to toil in their factoriums and space docks, as well as new Volkite rifles for their Scutarii and improved weave shielding and warp shielding in the form of Geller Rampart generators, rated about an order of magnitude stronger and more stable than the older Geller fields used in the Imperium. As for the Deus mining drones, they were outproducing manual asteroid mining by an order of magnitude at least, and that will climb even higher as more drones and better logistics were developed. Thinking it would take less time to travel, we headed out for the Jericho Mall Warp Gate and arrived in the eastern fringe far sooner, saving months of travel time. "We are back under Big Brother's overwatch," Lash said with a knowing voice. I suspect Zarya Lash did peek through the warp gate even before we crossed into Jericho Reach. I spoke with a level tone. I knew what the Trap Tin could do when he felt like it. "We can butcher some Tyranids, as there is a decent hive fleet battling over the area," the Tan added with a wolfish grin. "Ariok? That seems important. How did the Tyranids get—" "Oh, the HIATUS anomaly is closed now," I realized a minute later. And also, the Death Watch and their silly Ordo Xenos Inquisitors did keep a number of Tyranid specimens at the Wang. Paint a big target on your back, then act surprised when the Tyranids come? Perhaps I should help, and maybe gift some of my blank Marines to the Death Watch as well? Not to be callous, but the Primaris were twice as fast and strong, while the firstborn blanks had mostly achieved veteran status by the mere fact of surviving my own stupid mistakes. Whoa! Canis encouraged me with a loud howl. "Indeed, my faithful friend, there will be loot to get at Ariok as well. The Death Watch should have nice stuff. All ships, form on the Black Lament as we travel to Ariok. Prepare for Tyranid action," I ordered on the Vox, as to let my people know we would change procedures once more. Since Tyranids didn't use cogitators and other mechanical devices, we will not fly in autistic mode, and be free to use the auspexes and auguries at maximum strength for higher range and accuracy with our weapons. "You should also call more ships from back home. It looks like a big hive fleet," Lash commented in a caustic tone. "I should, you say?" I mused inward. Perhaps, but I rather not. The Eternal Lament at Machine Forge would still take decades to armor up and outfit with Nova cannons and point defense batteries, same as the victorious Lancefire now at Forge Retribution. The Singularity battleship was still badly damaged from the Stygius Crusade, as were most of the battle barges and cruisers. Escort carriers could come, but their corvettes and fighters were also depleted. As for the warp engine destroyers and frigates, They would fail to pierce the silence in the warp and wouldn't provide much firepower anyways. No, for better or worse, what I had now was all I could spare. Retreat was also an option, if we failed too badly. Is there something you need at Ariok? I asked the Tan after my slightly smarter brain did a full loop and reviewed his words from the beginning. There is another shard of mine, and some nice loot for you. Powerful artifacts, Lash admitted with a wise look. Librarian Minilo walked beside me and hugged Canis, while giving Lash a stinking eye. His left eye had been fried by Inquisitor Vale's electric outburst, and now sported a bionic replacement. We are not at fleet strength, father, he observed in a low voice. But we have the fortress and Sister Decima, and worst case, Lash will bring us out, I replied in a flat voice, while daringly patting the wolf Tan on his nose. Or he will eat us, when we are weak, Minilo muttered with distrust, still staring at Lash like it was some sort of abomination. I will not eat a Lancefire. Your father would fist me with a Titan's power claw, Lash growled in audible words. I would. I did do that to Slaanesh, so perhaps I would. Psi-Titans were quite awesome. Go and prepare, Minilo. We have to try and save Ariok. I spoke in a lamenting voice. As the librarian blank walked away, I glanced at Lash. You revealed yourself. He already knew. Perhaps your emperor speaks to him, in his dreams, the Tan exclaimed with a surprised tone. Ah, we did enter the Astronomican range during the Morning Crusade, and librarians were taught how to read the Emperor's tarot, as well as glean information from the Astronomican itself. I sighed and stared at the nearly empty galactic map in front of me. From Ariok onward, there was only darkness, barely dots of lights obtained from stellar cartography, but no exploration data. Such a task I chose for myself, to bring light and knowledge into the darkest corners of the galaxy. As the fleet drew closer to Ariok, we began to sense the englobing tyrannid jaws made of biological ships and countless attack organisms on board. Hungry little bastards. Imperial ships, we request urgent aid. A Vox transmission arrived from a fleeing Deathwatch frigate, chased by 20 fast and nimble tyrannid ships. This is Pef Lancefire and the Lamenter Space Marines. Stand by to be rescued, I replied with a grandiose voice. Some goodwill should help, a bit later. And click, the frigate vanished in the Tesseract, frozen in stasis while my battleships fired their long lances and bisected the destroyer-sized bioships into small barbecue-sized slices. Looting was never easier. Inquisitor martyr. First thing I noticed in the frozen frigate, my old lover Azor Grail, and her entourage of useful people like Lex mechanics, sages, and hired killers, running away to bravely call for reinforcements. I brought her out and into my lap, for old time's sake. Azu, my dear, what do you know about this Tyrannid hive fleet? I asked politely while fondling her boob with my free hand. P.F., you've changed? I mean, you've grown quite a lot, she observed cogently, while avoiding my question. You can taste the lance later, my dear Inquisitor. The Tyrannids? I continued in a slightly harsher voice, and pushing the blank aura a bit. It was an accident? The violet biosamples breakout has nothing to with me. She defended herself in a rather specific way. I didn't even know of any breakout. I see. Nothing to do all? Were you failing to find any support against the Tyrannid threat? So you decided to show them? I mused to myself, not that it was a huge stretch to make. The woman stared blankly at the screen, as we approached the Tyrannid fleet at best speed. Maybe, she muttered a minute later. I drew back the aura and sighed. And to think this was one of the stable Inquisitors. I saw far worse, but this came close too. We'll talk later. Take station on that chair, and log the engagement for further analysis. Lady Vale had to return to Terra for urgent matters, I said in a level voice, and pushed her away. Canis stood up and poked his nose at the fearless Inquisitor, who absently petted the wolf and sat on the empty chair. Entering visual range, my lord. Calculating enemy numbers, the Auspex station officer declared while busy imputing Auspex data into the machine spirit. My Tesseract was already in range and showed us a losing battle, although the watch station was an upgraded Rammel Starfort, with enough macro batteries to shatter a battleship if they hit. The Tyrannids had brought far more than a single bioship. Nova Cannon Strike, on my mark. I ordered while sending targeting data to the fleet, using my own Mind Impulse unit and the Loscom data links. We were close enough to use light speed comms, and had little chance of being jammed by a technological enemy. While the long-range targeting was being processed, I also primed 100 Nova mines in the Tesseract as cover for my next action. Mark. I ordered on the data link, and the heavy cruisers fired a rolling barrage of wide-area Nova explosions on top of the Tyranids, while my mines detonated inside the largest bioships I could find. 1,000,000 escort-sized bioships were simply pulverized by the massed explosions, so I used the blinding glare of Nova explosions to expel even more bioships into the sun, while also extracting some powerful tyrants and other biotitans from my own Xeno auxilia. I was getting a bit low on expendable munitions, so I had to replace them with screeching, clawing, walking ones. While the cruisers reloaded their Nova cannons, I began to use the Immaterium beam to snuff out the largest bioships and fired the Black Lament's own Nova cannons at any decent concentration of bioships still left alive. And if each of my shots vaporized thousands of enemy bioships, it was simply luck. Not that I would cheat and send them to burn into the sun, right? Damn Tyranids. The more I killed, the more they sent. It might even work against regular Navy ships, or even Deathwatch ships. Not against me, though. Already the shock of Synapse loss sent the Tyranids into hibernation, so I gave the go-ahead for Lance battery engagement, while our escort carriers began to unload their escort craft. Librarian Minilo, you have fleet command. I spoke clearly so everyone on the bridge would hear this. Then I stood up and walked towards my room, while a subdued Inquisitor followed me. Yes, Chapter Master, Minilo answered in a dutiful tone as he sat down in the command throne. Lash glanced at me, then decided to remain on his comfortable blackstone dais and keep an eye on Minilo for his own sake. Canis just growled once and followed me, likely warning Lash to behave. Quite a feast for my soul here. Lash sent on my implant as I left the bridge. I know. I am a good provider, aren't I? I quipped back as I made way for Canis to pass me and enter my bedroom first. It may have been a callous, heretical deal with a foul Xenos, but as long as Lash consumed Tyranid souls, I didn't mind. It might even weaken the hive mind. The energy could never be destroyed, only transferred, perhaps even more so with souls. No wonder all gods in this universe battled fiercely for more souls. The Tan were no different, and perhaps even worse in some ways. Stand guard outside, brother. The Inquisitor has too many secrets. I asked my White Scar's bodyguard. Dangerous as well, he warned me with a wary glance at the frail-looking woman. I just slammed the door in his face. So, make up sex now or after? I asked as I retrieved a bottle of expensive Demisec. I'm so fucked, the woman muttered as she grabbed the bottle and took a long swig. Not yet, but yes. The Deathwatch will find out, once they have time to investigate. What were you thinking? I grumbled and sat on my adamantium chair, which groaned under the Terminator's plate weight. I was thinking, it would be a glorious sacrifice. I may become a martyr, and force them to admit the Tyranids are the greatest threat to humanity, Azu exclaimed in a loud voice, and sat on the floor to drink even more. An Inquisitor martyr. Huh, I laughed out loud. I even played the game. You also reek of Xenos tech, Pef Lancefire. When they catch you, she growled at me with red eyes. Must have been crying lately. I am not the one in trouble, dear Azu. Plus I have a warrant, signed by the Emperor's hand. I can do whatever I want, and is not only lawful but divinely ordained, I declared with fake pride, even waving my golden glowing scroll in her face. Wait, you can make this go away. If you use this, she realized with a hopeful voice. I nodded patiently. It was far better to be begged. And why would I do that? I will do anything you ask of me. Anything at all. She pleaded with tears in her eyes. I think she means kinky sex, but I wanted far more. I could use someone this desperate, not for long, as the crisis will pass. But right here was the right place indeed. Ordo Xenos did have a huge influence with the Deathwatch. Get me to the Omega Vault, I asked in a soft voice. Her blurry eyes focused in a second, regaining her steel. That's a lot to ask for. It would burn all my Deathwatch favors, she spoke in a steely voice. I think the vault will open for me, and you will lose those favors anyways. Better to gain something from the loss. I countered with a shrug. Truth would come out. You think it will open? She asked with wondering eyes. I grabbed her bottle and took a long gulp as well. Almost certain. There is something there waiting for me, and me alone, by the Emperor. If you do enter the Omega Vault, she realized with a start. I just smiled. A rogue trader needed valuable things to trade. And the last fortress is truth. A single large hive ship remains untouched by our ships close to the scarred walls of the Watch Fortress. There are dozens of Deathwatch battle brothers who manage to teleport inside and are wrecking stuff by chopping it with their swords and hammers. Stupid, but this is the Imperium of Man. Come, Lady Azu, I demand as I walk back onto the bridge. We're going to deploy and help the Deathwatch capture that last hive ship. If anyone dies, I will be very aggravated. I ordered on the Voxnet and began moving my Astartes and hunting squads, first squads close enough to support the Deathwatch, and then to more and more distant flesh hallways, with the grieving deployed last. Once the perimeters were cleared, the Tech Marines with their Guardian Walkers and the new Grav floating turrets followed. The easiest jobs were left to the Auxilia armed sentinels. They also needed combat experience, but they weren't really meant to fight in confined spaces like a hive ship's interior. Maybe the Rambo clones? Sure, them too. And then there was me. Oh well, might as well stretch my muscles a little and give the wolves some fun. Click, stomp, stomp. At my side, Lady Azu is crushing some small Tyranid drone with her foot. Woo woo. Lash howled with a terrifying timbre and ran forward at hyperspeed. Maybe he found a decent prey? Whoa. Canis asked smartly. Oh right. I powered up my phase blade and ran forward as well. A pod of bubbling flesh exploded at my side, revealing a dozen gaunts. Slow and groggy from their accelerated birth, took me a single pass to slice them into steak-sized bits. Canis poked one of the steaks and smelled it cautiously. Grow, he decided and walked away. Definitely not edible. Click. The Inquisitor's combat team was returned to her, as she moved far too slow for me. And forward. A larger thing? Some spitting model. Canis deflected the spits with his shield and clawed the thing, by extending the phase claws in mid-swing and then retracting them as the paw landed. Flawless style. My puppy. Oh right, Brother Jogatin will also want to join. Click. Don't board a Tyranid ship without me again. He growled at me, looking warily around. Just testing my skill on some poor gaunts. Try to keep up. I shouted a bit emotional. And run. I could see why the rush of melee combat drew so many species to it. Orcs and Eldar. Even some Necrons favored slicing things and experienced the fountain of blood and organs flying away. Jogatin Khan leaned away and sliced at a shadow just as the Tesseract detected a mass in motion at his side. Faye's blade blurred into 100 green arcs, and a pile of claws fell down, leaving only a declawed Tyranid lictor staring in surprise at his missing limbs. Dangerous, I realized with a start. Damn invisible monsters. Damn, I murmured in real awe. I trained for 2,000 years and wasn't even half as fast. Maybe a third. Jogatin wasn't called a blade master on a whim. As I said, I can only protect you if my sword is close enough. My bodyguard commented lightly, not even breathing heavily. I glanced at this left hand, where his ether detector lit up with another red light. Etheric signal, type 6, hidden. I heard a moment on my implant later, as Canis sliced at a wall on the other side. Another blur of claws and phase claws, and the other lictor was left just as declawed Canis was showing off. Ow! My wolf howled in victory as he stepped on his prey's head. I still had so much to grow. These beasts were much too fast. Good boy. Onward, but carefully. I spoke a bit wary. Canis flared one claw and decapitated the lictor as he followed me at a sedate pace. I focused half of my mind on my space marines and even helped a few Deathwatch guys in trouble. Taking an entire hive ship won't be so easy. A great prize, but hard work too. And indeed, it took 2 entire days to clean up the ship. My mind was a mess from the focus I had to spend to keep everyone alive, if not exactly perfectly intact. The wolves had their fun though, so maybe it was worth it. And even the Rambo clones did fine, matching my Astartes in kills, even without gene seed and extra organs. Not yet at the level of their progenitor, but they could only grow. A short cleaning session later, and I arrived at the Inquisitorial Enclave on the fortress, without the wolves or Astartes retinue. This was not a show of strength but of diplomacy. The big stick could wait outside. Ordo Zeno's Inquisitor Carmillus met me with a stern face, not exactly pleased, but also rescued by my timely arrival. She won't be an obstacle. Lord Lancefire, she said in a polite voice. I nodded. Lady Carmillus. It was time to pay back a visit. Just in time as well. You've grown a bit. People were starting to wonder if you were a real Astartes, she observed with a smart voice. I just smiled and glanced at her side. Watch Commander, Brother Lancefire, what business do you have with the Death Watch? Captain Mordigal asked in a steely voice. 2 things, maybe 3 if your Forge Master is not busy. I expect you received some reports about my blank Marine's conduct inside that hive ship, I said with a thumb pointing outside the walls. Phase blades, in enormous numbers. We only have a few in the entire Death Watch, he admitted with slight envy. Yes, I was thinking to send a few blank lamenters to join your august organization. I can't be everywhere, but the Death Watch is already protecting the border of humanity, I proposed with a wide smile. The Blood Angel captain grinned widely. That would be wonderful. How many? He asked with glee. The Death Watch was always in need of more brothers. Let's say 511 blank lamenters and 489 blank tech marines. Maybe a couple blank apothecaries too. We are very short on librarians for now, I explained with a what can I do shrug. That? Are they defective? The Inquisitor asked cautiously. The lamenters, of course not. Mutations cannot affect blanks. But they are not Primaris either, I explained in a more reasonable voice. I see. You're shifting to full Primaris lineup. What of the others? There is no grieving chapter, Captain Mordigal asked with a frown. I took out my credentials and placed them on the marble table. Instantly, the Inquisitor transformed into an illuminated statue as the warrant of trade glowed visibly from the Emperor's own writing. The lion head rosette burst outward with clavis engrams and inquisitional override codes, allowing me access to any Imperial installation. The Emperor was kind enough to allow me unrestricted rights over the Eastern Fringe and anywhere else I may need. Of course, I can wait for confirmation if you need to ask him on Terra, I spoke with a soft voice. Put it away, please, the Inquisitor begged in a low tone. I stored the warrant back in its null box, leaving only the rosette on the table. So I decided to create more Lamenter successors as to better cover the immense fringe. Since they are both blank and Primaris, I believe they will do just fine. The Blood Angel wiped a blood tear from his eye and just nodded at me. And the last fortress is truth, he uttered in devotion. Lady Azu stepped next to me and placed her own rosette next to mine. I demand that Lord Lancefire be allowed to approach the Omega Vault. If it opens or not, that will be the Emperor's will. The Watch Commander and Master of the Vigil rose his eyes at the frail Inquisitor. You will be banned from my fortress evermore, Inquisitor. That kind of favor can only be spent once. I am not sorry. You saw the Tyranids for yourself, Lord Inquisitor Carmillus. We need a weapon to destroy them, Lady Azu muttered in a defiant voice. You will burn, Azu. If the last vault stays shut, I will burn you myself, the old woman declared with utter conviction. Lady Azu was willing to risk everything, just to force the vault to open. Sometimes it did, if a crisis or new enemy appeared. So she released the Tyranid prisoners kept by the Death Watch, causing some damage. Instead, their psychic screams attracted a nearby hive fleet. So Azu ran away to bring help. It could be viewed as sabotage and calling for enemy support so she could escape. If the vault doesn't open, then she's a traitor to humanity. Calm down, ladies. Everything will be all right, for I am here, I quipped in pure Lancefire manner. If looks could kill, last vault. I admit, standing in front of the Omega Vault's armored door was quite intimidating. I have stood in front of far greater doors in my life, but none held the unknown as tightly as this one. On the adamantium glacis there was a nice bas-relief depicting the Emperor strangling a serpent. Very religious motif, if slightly inaccurate. Obviously, the sculptor had not seen the monster with his own eyes, like I did. Void Dragon, I spoke softly, as I flipped open my null box and revealed the Ordo Sinister rosette. My clavis engrams should hold the highest authority in the Imperium, bar the Emperor himself. I was quite confident to open the vault, and soon it did. Sinistraminus Perceptor, Chamber Occidentalis. Welcome to the end. A machine spirit voice spoke via my implant as the vault began to open. Glad to see you recognize my credentials, Omega. You may access the PEF/M41 files, I answered as I stepped inside and walked through the lonely halls. The conditions are not met to open vaults 1 through 5. Vault 6 would pertain to your credentials directly. Vaults 7 through May 9th also be of use. The Omega Spirit added as it opened a distant door and made the etheric detector light up in warning etheric signals. Type 5, Major, Stasis. While the Tesseract showed me the 6 biopods, their content was absolutely fabulous. Alpha Psychers, maybe even Alpha Plus, and 6 of them too. A full set of replacement batteries for my Psi-Titan, and already loaded up in shoulder socket pods, just like Sabact's had. Only 6? I have 2 Psi-Titans with me. I muttered a bit disappointed. Prediction T-Engine has not computed a secondary deployment or its survival if it did. Do you have anything to replace the contents? Omega asked, sounding sad. Such an amazing prediction too. But the Speranza did repair Polaris Albadalac, the King of Terrors, and even fitted a new arm to Sabact's, should I ever need to fist something big. I thought for a moment and then smiled inward. I could spare 6,000 phase blades for a future crisis. Click. The Alpha Psychers with their pods vanished in my good Tesseract and were replaced with 6,000 tan blades. There, 6,000 phase blades, in perfect condition, but not for Dark Angels, I demanded as I walked towards the next door. Sorry, but I didn't trust those guys. The next door opened and showed me a hololith table that lit up as I entered the room. There aren't many humans that will even know what the serpent is, but you do, Pef Lancefire. The Noctis Labyrinth on Mars holds a terrible secret, and this is the key to defeat it. If it ever awakens, the Omega Spirit explained in a patient voice. The Emperor is back and well, Omega. Still, a weapon that can kill an intact tan has a huge value. Those tan phase blades would just melt at his touch. I said a bit awed. Are you going to take it? The Spirit asked in a doubtful voice. Yes, but not for the Void Dragon. I already dealt with that. However, there is also the Outsider Tan, out in that Dyson sphere. I've been told by Segarak that it shows signs of activity recently. I spoke with a wary voice. Being slightly smarter now also meant I understood the meaning of the Laughing God. He wanted me to kill another god, a cannibal star god this time. After all, I did the impossible once before. I just logged the stellar coordinates and then deleted the map, right on the other side of the galaxy in the halo stars. That was going to be fun. Whatever this Koenig weapon was, it sure sounded Eldar. Something about gods. It kind of fit though. Now, what to leave behind? I did have a hololith table here, so an idea sparked a moment later. Vault 7. So 7 STCs of major importance in a crisis. It took a minute to upload and encrypt the priceless STCs, then add a few hexagrammic data wards on the memory banks, just in case some chaos infiltrator got in here. Those STCs, ancient yet complete. I was not wrong to give you the map. Omega spoke with a rather impressed voice. Let me know if you want an upgrade with hexagrammic wards. I'm a decent tech sources these days, if not quite the best. I proposed as made my way towards the next vault. It would mean opening the last vault. Omega hesitated. You've already read my files, I said cheerfully and waved my hand in the air. The predictor engine cannot fathom you, Sinistraminus. But I also saw what you did outside my walls. You can already take anything you want, and nobody can stop you. Omega mused gently, perhaps for itself. I just sighed. Even such a powerful machine spirit was expecting me to be a monster. The next vault opened to reveal 8 alien artifacts, a few quite familiar, and the rest not. These items are absolutely useless here. Not even this tiny nexus arrangement can be used by the humanity, I commented in a dour tone. I peeked inside, to find it holding an army of flayed ones, ready to slice open anyone silly enough to try and open the pocket dimension, or infect an entire Necron crown world with the Flayer virus. Of course, you have even stronger ones. Storage units, like my predictor says? Omega asked curious. Some kind of dimensional virus that only affects Necrons in this one. Infects them with the Flayer virus and makes them try to eat flesh. Non-stop. Zombie robots. I hummed dourly and placed the world-ending weapon in my pouch. Data logged and confirmed with kill team observations. You would make an excellent Death Watch commander, Omega observed with some respect. I will leave 1,000 of my lamenters on this fortress before I go. Blank Marines are well protected against most warp phenomena, I added as I slowly went through the rest of the items. As Lash had predicted, a tan shard lay imprisoned into another Tesseract pyramid. That will be a touchy reunion. A phase, scepter stood useless next, awaiting someone that may use it once more to become phased and invulnerable for a short time. I once gave one just like this to Trazen in a trade. I could bet I was able to use it myself. One day, the cloak was likely the same, a cloak used to empower oneself with the Tannis powers. Surely worth a try. The sphere-shaped artifact was likely an orb of eternity, able to repair any machine with its mere presence. If I ever wanted to become Omnisia, I just had to use it on Mars and awe the primitive priests as their broken machines mended at my touch. The sandclock-shaped one was uncertain, but likely linked with time effects. Maybe a fabled chronometron? The rest were unknown for now, but Lash will surely know, and may even tell me. It was clear now someone, or perhaps an entire space legion formed the old days, had looted a major Necron tomb and got away with a wealth of artifacts that they had no use for. Decent stuff here, meant to be used by Necrons, I said with a low tone. You'll like the next vault then, Omega said as I searched for 8 artifacts to replace the loot. I decided on a spread of 8 portable Nostari and Demiur crest shields, and 8 plasma axes and hammers as well. Space Marines did enjoy smashing things just like the dwarves, and sometimes people needed something immediate to use. And so, you do have ancient artifacts too, enough to prepare a kill team. Those crests must be shield emitters, Omega asked curious. Precursors to our iron halos, I think. Much stronger as well. I spoke as I walked into the next vault. A vambrace with 9 orange dots lit dimly stood on a marble dais. It resembled the Clavis vambrace of the Watch Commander, but with 9 extra things. I predict you will be able to track and recover the underscore blade underscore infinity with this prediction engine. 6 spatial coordinates and 3 temporal. Omega spoke in a hopeful voice. The ancient ship? I muttered in confusion. I did vaguely recall something about this lore bit, but it was sparse. An old Federation ship. The name held much promise, though. I was correct. You even know what the name means. I picked the right person for the job, Omega exclaimed proudly. I nodded as I searched my inventory for something appropriate. 9 vials of Primarch blood? But I didn't have samples from 9 Primarchs, sadly. 9 more STCs? Already done that. 9 weapons? I stared at the marble dais and measured it for height. Just about right. A floating Asterius tank appeared just a centimeter above the marble dais. Perfect. Now, how did it work? My implant sent the right instructions and the tank powered both its shields, with shield protecting it from touch or damage, while the inverted void shield kept it invisible to the eyes and any auspex. I clapped my hands for a prank well done. There were 9 levels in hell after all. As I walked out, puffing in my head, the Omega machine joined me in laughter. An inverted void shield? Quite the test for any smug forge master. Well, this was fun, Omega. I guess this is where we part. Too bad you think so little of me. I found 4 Primarchs and returned them to service. Even helped the Emperor walk again. I uttered with sincere sadness. Maybe Vault 1 will be of use after all. Just take him to the Emperor, Omega said in a low, secretive voice. As the last vault opened, I peeked inside to find a large stasis pod, holding a gigantic human impaled with a glass icicle. His skin was fully black and his red eyes wide open. Avengers. When I came out from the Omega Vault, I simply pushed a floating stasis cell, holding the dead body of Primarch Vulcan. This was bad, as the guy was a proven immortal, able to heal near instantly even from decapitation, and it only took him a bit longer if he completely disintegrated. I also remembered he was killed this way once, and then he resurrected somehow. But I also doubted it was as simple this time. Even Perpetuals had a limit and Vulcan had reached his. Possibly the Cabal continued their plot and found another Perpetual to kill Vulcan for them. As for the glass spike, it felt like mortal danger even to my blank soul. And yet, it was a weapon able to kill immortals. I will need it. Waiting for me were the Lord Inquisitor Carmillus and the Watch Commander Mortigal, looking positively impressed at my solemn dirge. Dirge. It was a synonym for lament too. Maybe eulogy or elegy. Too macabre maybe, but I was still pushing a coffin. The least dangerous secret I obtained in the vault, to be fair. Brother, you are the foremost expert in resurrections. Sanguinius himself seemed just as dead on ball. I was still a sergeant then, the Blood Angel murmured with a slightly hopeful voice. Sure. Expect another miracle? Such a sad truth. Maybe it was better if the last vault stayed locked forever. The Premarch is truly dead. The stasis cell prevents decay, but only that, the Inquisitor decided with an expert eye. Click. The coffin vanished inside my tesseract. I chose to show you the truth. If it comes out, both of you will die. I spoke softly, not even trying to force my voice. Death is not the end, not for Primarchs. I'm sure you find a way. Captain Mordigal spoke gently and patted my shoulder for encouragement. I just nodded. I know two ways, a Halo device or the Inari Eldar. Their new god owes me a small favor for killing Slaanesh for him. Do not dare, Lancefire. Never those accursed Halo devices. If they work, what comes out will not be a Premarch. The Inquisitor shouted at me with a blast of psyker energy. I let the hate pass over me and just smiled kindly. Ivrain then. Buying her services will be expensive. Maybe a crone sword or something of that kind. I hummed to myself, still sad the Emperor had confiscated my custom Halo fork. The Lord Inquisitor narrowed her eyes at me. I think you're personally the most hated creature by the Eldar, bar none. Let the Inquisition deal with this, she proposed in a cold, but logical voice. And how would you do that? Without divulging the truth to more people. Not to mention, Vulcan didn't end up like this by enemy action. The Cabal has hundreds of Inquisitors in their midst. I've killed a dozen of them myself, I asked in a low voice, while walking into the outer perimeter filled with defense turrets and dozens of Deathwatch brothers eager for news. I smiled when I saw the Forge Master and took out Canis to meet him properly. Look, Canis, a talking wolf. Harlander Weaver laughed sonorously, then howled, filling the hallway with a pretty accurate wolf greeting. Woo! Ow! Canis howled in return, and then ran forward and head-butted the old space wolf in his chest. Hello, wolf. In a manner of speaking. Good wolf. We must hunt together one day, the bearded Iron Priest demanded in a voice far too loud. Want to see a new STC device? I asked instead, hinting at being gifted a mechanical miracle by the Omega Vault. The Iron Priest stared at my shoulder, noticing the Machina, the symbol. I had recovered so many STCs, for so many Forge worlds, that I could cover my entire Terminator plate in cog sigils. One was enough, though. Really? From the vault itself? The man asked in disbelief. Maybe all these dead Tyranid bioships outside had something to do with it, I answered with a modest shrug. The vault contains STCs? Another Techmarine rushed to ask, sounding eager and excited. I read his bio on my implant, while I considered a response. If you're searching for a cure for your sick chapter master sleeping on Sacris, Brother Mac, then know only the blankness is the true salvation against chaos infection. Tyranid tyrant blood can sometimes evoke a reaction to transform the sick one into a pariah, immune to chaos by default. I could fake being wise and knowledgeable too. It may also work, like it did for the Sons of Dorn. My chapter master, Tyranid tyrants, the Techmarine muttered in a confused tone and walked away in a daze. Does that actually work on regular Marines? The Forge Master asked as we walked towards his forge. Oh, he was asking for a friend. It works on some. The Canis Helix gene shouldn't be a problem, but your Space Wolves already received 100 blank Marines from my own progeny. None of the blanks turned wolfen, I explained patiently as I took out a shield crest, then extended my implant-controlled mechadendrite to interface with it and power it up. The weave shield lit up with a blue tinge in the air. A personal shield? Doesn't smell Xenos either, the Forge Master Space Wolf detected with his keen senses. Pre-heresy tech, founded on a demiurge ship. They had other ancient things, including the STC for ion weapons. Machine Forge is already making better ion guns than the Tau, if not too many, I added with a wry smile. Thus the Machina Opus. A glorious discovery, Chapter Master Lancefire. He congratulated me with a hearty tap on the shoulder that shook my Terminator plate for a second. This whole universe was full of monsters. You will get 489 new Techmarines here, Brother Harl. They are all my sons, so I hope you'll take care of them, or Canis will eat your legs. I promised with a kind voice, while Canis simply grinned. Then we vanished. A second later, I collected all my Astartes and brought them into the accelerated time. Astartes, I have returned with good news. The Omega Vault opened for me. Vulcan's coffin appeared in front of me. A few newer Primaris even cursed out loud. Yes, they killed Vulcan. deader than dead, with such an evil method that it may also kill the Emperor if he tried to resurrect him. In fact, I believe that was their plan. The Cabal contains other perpetuals, farcers, inquisitors, and many others from Xeno's species or traitors to humankind, including word-bearers and their blessed lady. I explained while the librarians and apothecaries made a circle around the coffin. "Can you fix this, Father?" Menelo asked in a pleading voice. I could sense the pain in him. "I have a plan, half of a plan. I will need many of you to join the Death Watch and investigate. Find out who, when, why, and how. Join Inquisitor retinues. Join rogue traders in their travels. Scour alien worlds with your kill teams. Speak to your Obsidian tag, and the information will reach me, at least in the Eastern Fringe. The Obsidian auguries will provide hidden support as well. By informants, eat their brains. Whatever you have to, we will find them," I demanded in a grieving voice. "And they shall know fear," my sons chanted in a giant chorus. "Perhaps only the firstborn and some tech marines should induct in the Death Watch. We will have a perfect reason to recruit new Primaris instead." Lore mused to himself, and reciting the line I sent him by implant. "There are 511 firstborn among you," I observed in a calm voice. "Then, 489 tech marines. It will make a full 1,000. Menelo proposed on his own. "They'll need a few apothecaries. Wounded people talk more under drugs," I said softly. The apothecaries snickered among themselves, then turned grave again at the dead visage of the Primarch. "You are not our Primarch, Vulcan, but you are slain by treachery, and will avenge you." Lore recited my own poem and nodded towards me. "And try to bring him back somehow. No sacrifice is too great, no treachery too small," I answered in a determined voice. "For we are Lancefires, and we are what they fear." We chanted over the dead Primarch, staring with dead red eyes back at us. Every chapter should have a deep, dark secret. Now I had mine. An whole 1,000 of super-powered Deathwatch Avengers, watching for a dead Primarch. I'm sure Vulcan won't mind if I use his gene seed for a few Avenger chapters. Cabal. While the Crusade fleet is returning to the Machine Forge, my Astartes and I are working hard inside the Tesseract's time field to produce more of everything. More recruits, fucking duty, educating the kids, by blank battle sisters mostly, gene seed implantation, apothecaries, more power armor and shields, tech marines, then warding the machine spirits with hexagrammic wards, texorcists. The last 2 weeks felt like thousands of years, I swear. Luckily, I did have large stores of captured/looted/found Astartes armory equipment, so the technical work was only half as bad as it sounds. Upgrading one armor is quite different from having to forge it from bare metal. Many chaos-sourced items could also be recovered and sanctified with some effort, or simply sent to burn into a nearby sun if they tried to curse me back. Much the same with weapons, as most of my sons preferred to have a combi bolter as their primary weapon, be it Fokite bolter, Melta-bolter, or Ion bolter. For melee, we kept it simple. Phase blades. I haven't found any enemy that could withstand those crazy swords, not even Tyrannid Bio-Titans or Necron Lords. They also work just fine on orcs, Chaos Lords, or demons. I did find a nice trick to share with my sons. By installing a motor piston on the back of my glove, it could wave the phase blade side to side at 100 times per second, basically creating a murder zone in front of my hand. When I showed it to Jogatan, he said it was all cheating and no skill, just like a chain blade, but more dangerous. I answered with a shrug. A chain blade could be parried. After all, phase blades, only avoided. I even thought to induce a randomizer beat to create a more uncertain path for the blurring blade to take. But it would be also introducing some uncertainty with hitting the target. So no, one could simply rotate his hand or extend the elbow a little to create a variable. Did I use 3 parallel blades for my boss-level phase claw? You bet I did. I even named it Wolverine Pattern Vibro Claw. Canis still had me beat with his 4 phase claws per paw, and was not shy to announce his triumph with a dismissing snort at my fewer claws, but he didn't vibrate. So there, I still win. While the first Avengers chapter obviously had the Vulcan gene seed, they were not black-skinned nor red-eyed. They were instead far larger and stronger than my other Primaris blanks, and had to be careful in sparring as to not break too many bones. I had them spar with Tyrannids after a few mishaps anyways. Gentle giants, my ass. For the rest, I still continued with Khan's gene seed. as it was the most plentiful I had after I drained a lot. While I had the good Primarch in custody, medical reasons, of course, the other chapters continued with classical surnames for the chapter's name, like Aster, Black, Blood, and so on. The Khan's gene seed provided them with much faster reflexes and melee ability, which paired with phase blades made them especially dangerous, even among other Primaris Marines. When I arrived at the Machine Forge, there were 42 new Primaris chapters awaiting their transport ships to depart on crusades. 40 will depart, while newest 2 will remain to complete training and form a reserve force, just in case. This universe was rather dangerous. Lord Lancefire, you want me to provide equipment for 42 new Astartes chapters? Fabricator Gemma growled at me in a not-too-kind tone. It would be a bit much, even for a large forge world. Of course not. They have power armor and weapons already. Anyways, 40 blank chapters will depart for nearby forge worlds to receive ships and tanks and whatever else. I'm not ashamed to call in favors from my dear Mechanicus friends, I answered with a smaller voice. A fabricator could be intimidating, especially while riding on top of your naked body. Not ashamed, he says. My lovely android sex doctor grumbled while milking my gene seed with her Mechanicus Vitae womb. Absolutely not ashamed, I confirmed with a powerful burst. We have received the first transport from Forge Goth tanks and Sentinels. For the Auxilia, she continued as I rose to my feet, and she assembled my Terminator plate with rapidly moving tentacles. What about my knights? I asked, curious. They did suffer lots of damage in the Stygius Crusade, and new knight hulls were being produced by Speranza every day. Your knight house has 800 battle-ready Divine Walkers, and 400 still into repairs. As you demanded, I prioritized burst cannons as their primary weapon, and the new weave shields to replace the ion version. Twin ion beamers for secondary weapons, Hyperios missiles and multi-lasers for air defense. I nodded, as I expected something like this. Knights were amazing, but also complicated and expensive. You couldn't churn out millions of them, even if you had metal and knight-able pilots. Any progress with the portable Vulcan Gabolter? My infantry could use a cheaper weapon instead of croc missiles, I asked with a not-too-hopeful voice. The fabricator patted my shoulder with an iron palm. Only the new Invictor Tactical Warsuit or other dreadnought models can withstand such a recoil. They are not called Titan-class weapons just because it sounds cool, like you say, she warned me politely. My Terminator plate wasn't even dented. I sighed inward and thought of possible different chassis. Maybe a Tauros car, or a resilient bike? There will be a reckoning to come with these silly Invictor walkers produced by Call. I may even strangle the damned tech priest with his own innards. Unless we build the car frame from adamantium, it would shake itself apart. O wise revelator of the Omnicia, the Primaris_Outrider bikes should be durable enough for a single-barrel semi-automatic megabolter. Maybe you can ask Primarch Khan for his Sojit bike. The fabricator asked me with no ulterior purpose. I'll get you a STC template for the Vulcan Outrider. Speranza should have something like this hidden away, I said with a grin. Even if it didn't, I could make one in a day. I had a timely cheat in my hands, and build myself a better Invictor as well. The armed Dreadnought Warsuit was a great idea, expanding on my own armed Sentinel, but for Primaris Astartes. However, the implementation showed his real Mechanicus roots. The cope cage didn't make me the least happier. It was like offering a ready-to-eat meal to any Tyrannid that got close and a perfect target for anyone with a ranged weapon. Exactly like the stupid Penitent engine and the Mortifier of the Adepto Mini-Storm, if you looked at it with one eye closed. I felt like Sisyphus holding the sky on my back, trying to raise the Imperium from the mire of their religious stupidity. Even the Grander Knight dangled the limbs out for a snack for any hungry enemy, instead of protecting the pilot behind Knight-class adamantium armor. With a small wave, I vanished from the forge and went to visit Speranza. Pef Lancefire, you survived again. Even from the deadly plague of the Omega Vault, the ancient machine spirit observed cogently. Wait, what plague? I asked a bit wary. The Last Truth or the Omega Weapon, as the Federation called it. Anyone not human would die gruesomely if they trespassed into a Federation installation. You still carry the inactive synthetic pathogen in your lungs, Speranza explained patiently and projected a magnified nanoorganism on its hololith screen. Dormant for now, but They had nanites? I realized with a shiver of doom on my spine. I could have been eaten from inside out, not even knowing when my flesh was turned into soup. I'll be damned. Maybe my luck was greater than I thought. Can you take it over? I asked with a wide smile. There will be tests to be made. Tyranids first, then orcs, maybe even necrons. Already did. Young man, I do need my own defenses, after all. So, what else did you steal? Speranza asked in a confident voice. I waved my hands like a magician and produced the loot in order. Alpha Psychers? You may need spare batteries for your Psi-Titan. Speranza noticed wisely. I knew it would see the situation my way. Necron artifacts, can you use them? The machine spirit asked, curious. Not very well. I'll ask the Tan for some tips, I explained while storing the dangerous artifacts. Ask Zaryalash, not the other one. It fears you for now, but one day it will turn. You realize this, Speranza said in a warning voice. I nodded slowly. I could deal with a single shard, but if it grew ever stronger. So I sent him the data logs about the Eldar God Killer weapon. This weapon? I predict you're not the only one with access to this data. It is only a copy, Speranza concluded after doing some super cyber magic on the data log. It comes from the Noctis Labyrinth on Mars. Makes sense they only stored a copy on a distant watch fortress. I nodded in agreement. Then I took out the predictor vambrace and watched it lit up like a holy day tree. Sanguinalia, they call it here. A bit more bloody themed as well. A T-engine. What? Never mind. I already read it. A Federation ship, skipping across time to send warnings. Crew must still be alive, Speranza deduced with its superb intelligence. And lastly, I took out the Vulcan coffin and heard the Speranza groan loudly. You should not have this, Lancefire. The Emperor himself might show up for him, and I expect that's what the Cabal wants. There aren't many ways to kill an immortal. A trap, hidden within another trap. I mused to myself and stored the stasis cell back. Probable. There aren't many T-scanes able to predict the Emperor, but perhaps it is as you infer, Lancefire. They surely managed to nail him on the Golden Throne until you came around. A Cabal, working in the shadows since the days of the Federation, or even longer. They would need perpetuals to maintain cohesion over such a long time span. Future readers to place their agents at the right time and place. Psychers to modify minds. Navigators to pilot their ships, and so much more. The AI mind began to infer from my single word. I can't revive him. Even if I could, I shouldn't. The Emperor would know instantly, anywhere in the galaxy. But I know how to clone him. And with clone skeins, I proposed gently. Speranza hummed in deep thought for a minute. You could reduce his warp presence, dial it down to background noise, enhance his other abilities. Let's say a dozen clones for start. But you do need to help me with this. Primarchs are not normal humans, I asked in a hopeful voice. We'll need more Geller ramparts for this, and a bigger fleet for when Chaos finds out. Or the Cabal, for that matter. Speranza completed my thoughts. Blaster. I left Speranza with the task of creating the gene crucible needed to clone Primarchs, which was way too advanced for me or my sons. Still based on the Demiurge design for kin cloning crucibles, but the AI had enough knowledge to expand on it with his ancient genitor expertise. Was Speranza a he? Better get used to it. He was already experimenting with a dead Ironkin body eye found on the Nostari ship, perhaps trying to build himself remote robotic helpers. Soon enough, I will have a robot bodyguard like those Mechanicus adepts. Inside the Pharos, Lash and Zaryalash awaited eagerly for me to release the third shard. I think there are 1,000 of your shards scattered around the galaxy, mighty Zaryalash. How do you see this kind of trade work? More wolves? I asked, curious, while holding out a prison pyramid. Lash shifted back to his humanoid form and collected the tesseract from my hand. Well, brother, he asked with a glance at the Tan bound to the wall with living metal chains. Tempting, but no. Already we are being revealed to those close enough to you. Lash, it is better to start integrating. A wider overwatch will help more, Zaryalash decided in a grave voice, then ate the pyramid like a tic-tac. My tesseract, I muttered in surprise. Zaryalash glared at me for some reason, then spat back the pyramid, making it change shape and insert into my glove, copying the design I used for the Thanos glove so long ago. Must have been 5,000 years already, due to time dilation inside the tesseract. You've grown a bit, Pef Lancefire, but not enough. And I don't care about your human muscles, the Tan said with a disappointed voice. Still haven't lost a war, and I have some new weapons. In case things get bad, I answered with a casual shrug. That weapon you seek is called the Breath of Koiniag is simply the name the Eldari gave it in fear, but it was made by Tan. The old Tan star god recalled in a grieving voice. Wait, how do you know? I exclaimed in surprise. Did you notice a dimensional shield around that Omega Vault? Do you think your encrypted mind implant is in any way secure? Those hex wards might as well be crayon tigers drawn by a child. Only your soul is protected, Lash quipped in an amused yet cruel voice, revealing a hidden side. I mean, I already knew he was sadistic. My Chekhov gun appeared in my hand and fired before I could realize. A dark light beam struck the Tan shard straight into his chest, leaving a burning black hole. Don't test me, Lash. Bad dogs get punished, I shouted in anger, although my heart raced wildly. A warm glow began to emerge from my heart as well. Okay, don't get angry, young Lancefire. That kinda hurt, Lash grumbled with a subdued voice. Although he didn't really seem injured, the gape in his chest closed with flowing metal, leaving him pristine once more. Stop aggravating him, Lash. Don't cry for me when you're locked in a box, Zaryalash demanded in a brotherly, yet callous tone. The Drukari blaster pistol returned to my storage, yet another precious shot wasted. Mostly a calibration shot, to be fair. A Tan wouldn't be killed so easily. I also wasted a shot on Armin, although I deliberately targeted his bird bracelet, hoping to ignore his reflexive teleport. So I only took his right hand out as the dark matter beam continued through his bracelet and vaporized everything below the elbow. Anyways, I also found some Necron stuff. I needed identified and ready for work. Lord Trazyn might ask for a Tan shard in exchange. If I have to ask him, I continued in a more relaxed tone and dumped the ancient artifacts onto the floor. The gift of the Flayer. You already know this, Pef Lancefire. Lash spoke a bit more respectful. I nodded. For me, the Nexus Cube is more valuable than the contents. I could empower someone for planetary-scale warfare. Shipboarding too, I explained curtly. Even so, the contents could be used to lay waste to an entire Necron crown world, or perhaps help you besiege a powerful Necron, like the one down south in the Nephilim, torturing your fellow humans. He is called Siras, Zaryalash explained patiently. You know the Necrons are millions of years too advanced. Even their weakest weapons outmatch humanity's best. I can only strike them from afar, for any reasonable chance. And even then, it is doubtful. I sighed while focusing my mind through the Pharos on the new battlefield. I thought Ferrus Manus had solved this with Trazyn. Then again, even Trazyn had a boss, and maybe his boss had another boss. Not the Pariah Nexus again. Armies of Necron's warriors and constructs even some Trabutorian, the equivalent of Imperial custodes, and culling defenseless civilians, or flaying alive anyone who resisted. This was going to be a mess, and I also had important quests to do. So, you see now, the Tan observed with a knowing tone. Not getting involved. No way. I grumbled to myself. The pylon network will suppress the warp, and all psychers or astropaths, regular humans, they can't shine anymore, Lash added with a grin. Good, they shouldn't shine, feeding the warp with more psychic energy. I want to blank humanity anyways, I muttered with a grimace. Duty or purpose? Damn it, I will have to be smart about this. I knew you were going to fight. It is your nature, the Tan proclaimed in a lazy voice. If you ate the third shard, does it make you stronger? I asked instead. A bit slow, but you finally realized. The Pharos may be a prison, but it also honed my senses. Now I'm maybe half again that strong. Should be possible to conduct a hidden war, setting traps and sabotaging them while they fight your humans. So who do you trust to send in there? Zaryalash asked, possibly meaning one of my sons. Maybe Canis, but I had someone else in mind. She did fine even without me, the first time. Now she will terrify the Necrons. Vengeance. Fine, now hide, I demanded while preparing myself for a long war. Lash hid by transforming into his wolf shape, while Zaryalash simply made the wall cover him once more. There, a perfectly innocent black-walled dungeon. Click. Sister Stern appeared beside me and looked around curious. Pef, is this your hidden dungeon where you seduce women and force yourself onto them? She asked with a wary glance at Lash. So, she had some suspicions as well. I sighed and set up a small table with a galactic table hololith. There is a Necron called Ceres, assaulting the Nephilim sector and killing billions of people with his armies. He also kidnaps people to perform experiments on them. I explained patiently while retrieving two Necron artifacts, a death_shroud and a death mask. Macabre things, but useful anyways. The galactic sector lit up without my touch, likely the tan speeding this up. Then I took out the Nexus arrangement filled with infected flares and set it on the table. Lash stepped closer, grinning wolfishly with his foot-long teeth sparkling unnaturally. "Worf," he growled in a decent attempt at saying, "Listen, this is a Nexus, kinda like a portable space luggage. It carries a special payload that can infect Necrons with a virus. Lash will teach you how to use it, so just place your hand into his mouth," I said with a tired voice. It would be faster than installing a mind impulse unit and downloading the manual. Not that any human device would withstand the kind of energies she threw around in anger. "If he bites me, I'll tear his head off. Just so you know." Stern spoke sternly, making Lash grin wider. A minute later, she opened her eyes and picked up the Necron device with a confident hand. "So that's how you do some of your tricks, dear Pef. Xeno's tech. And you married me, which makes you a Lancefire. However, you saw the Golden Throne. The Emperor is also doing this, when humanity's survival is at stake. Now take the other two, and see if you can use them as well," I answered with a kind voice. "The Emperor will guide my hand," she chanted and began to glow as she wore the death mask and the death shroud, giving her a fierce look. A second later, she began running around at hyperspeed, possibly enjoying the shroud a little too much. As she came to full stop, Lash spat a pike-shaped weapon onto the ground. I picked it up and had to grin. A rare rod, slightly reshaped like an imperial relic with a golden aquila on the pommel, and ending with a 3-meter-long phase blade that could extend twice over at need. I admit I played with it for a second, then handed it over to Stern. "And this will be your backup weapon for this mission. Do well, and you may even keep it," I offered with a smile. "They shall regret the day they were born," my demonifuge wife proclaimed in a confident voice. "Sure, have your vengeance. Not that the Necrons were born anyways." I hugged Stern for luck and had the Pharos move her instantly over several galactic sectors, right in the heart of the Necron invasion. "This woman is very dangerous, Pef Lancefire. She could kill anyone here in a single moment of lapse, even yourself. Your blankness isn't strong enough to protect you," Zaryalash warned me as the wall peeled back. "I know. Makes my love life a whole more interesting," I declared with a proud voice. Lash snorted at my foolishness. "You would stick your prehensile impregnator into anything, just for sport?" I nodded wisely, then shook my head. "This place may be grimdark and full of terrors, but the women were also amazing, especially the more dangerous ones." And speaking of dangerous, Millennium Lancefire appeared inside the Pharos, using her own nexus. "Husband dear, I just heard you entered the Omega Vault," she exclaimed in a satisfied voice that promised a dozen torrid nights. "Okay then, you asked for it." I opened my palm dramatically, producing the stasis coffin with pre-March Vulcan corpse. My Inquisitor wife just stared in silence at the corpse before shifting her eyes on the fulgurite glass shard. A weapon to kill a perpetual, even Vulcan himself. Filled with the might of the God Emperor, she pronounced with a reverent voice, hands forming the Aquila sign by reflex. "Good. You can see past the first trap. Now, extrapolate. What happens when the Emperor learns of this?" I asked, curious. Valaine glanced around, already thinking how to silence the two Xenos present. "What if these two talk?" "Zaryalash is not a fool," I answered with a shrug. "The prisoner could not escape anyways." The Inquisitor took my words well, as she focused on the fake wolf. "Then we must kill him," she proclaimed in a judicial sentence. "Wait, there is another way." The mighty Tan spoke from the wall, and somehow extended an arm to impale and drain his other shard. In a single moment, the wolf was gone, absorbed into the main Tan body. The blackstone walls trembled for a second, as more energy from deep inside the Pharos was diverted to keep Zaryalash still imprisoned. "I will not talk, even if I'm free. Nothing in this universe is worth making an enemy of Lancefire. Gods have died already at his hand. the Tan promised in a solemn voice. I smiled modestly. It was mostly luck, but that was also one of my powers. On the other hand, I now lacked a pet Tan wolf. What will I do? Ignoring the Tan, Verlaine leaned over and touched the stasis field with her eyes closed. Minutes later, she stood back and sighed. I can feel the dark pattern again. Can I bring in Alric? She asked me with a sad voice. The hollow sun is gone, exploded in a supernova. And this is not the work of the Subicaran dynasty anyways. A cabal of future readers and long-term planners. Xenos and human alike. I said with a grim voice. What would happen if I drew the glass shard out? An explosion? Maybe the soul of the Emperor would be torn in two? The Astronomicon would go dark? All of these, and worse? Probably worse. It could always get worse. Then, Astartes Semni? He was your Lamenter's captain and Deathwatch as well. She asked about her new bodyguard. Stop it, Verlaine. This isn't something a mere space marine can fix. I have someone far greater looking into this. And they say this goes way back, to the Federation days and beyond. Perpetuals and farcers, navigators, spies and informants, not to mention inquisitors and chaos marines as well. They even nailed the Emperor on his throne, poisoned Gilliman and the Lion, and had them stuck in stasis cells just like this. I growled and stored the coffin again. Pef Lancefire is already investigating. Inquisitor. 1,000 of his blank sons joined the Deathwatch at Ariok. The Obsidian Auguries received a new focus, if less detailed. Lancefire ships are already en route to 40 Forge worlds, each carrying a blank Primaris chapter, and I am here to overwatch. We will find them. The mighty Tan spoke from his wall. Good. Keep me informed. My wife demanded with a raspy voice, then vanished with her nexus, and simply returned to her room to brood. Maybe it's better that Lash is gone. It was a bit fun, living vicariously through a wolf shard, the Tan said in a lighter voice, and sounding a bit more powerful again. Even Tan become mentally deranged after they shatter, right? I worry your other shards will prove even more trouble. I grumbled as I began to disperse melta-bombs inside Necron monoliths and various Titan-scale constructs that still withstood Stern's lightnings. Melta-bombs helped cripple the delicate insides, but they were only mid-tech weapons. Nova mines? I had so few left. If they are located inside the Pharos sphere, I can influence them to behave. Mostly. And here, I can reabsorb them easily, like you saw. But if you go into the halo stars too far, the Tan muttered in warning. How far can your cosmic fire reach from here? I asked instead. Maybe using Nova mines could be avoided, if the Tan would help. Still the same rogue trader, I see. About 3 light years right now. Bring me more shards, and the radius will increase. Zaryalash proposed with a rogue trader smirk. Let's loot more Necron dynasties then, I answered with the same smile. Let me find a worthy target for you to crusade. But only after that monster Siraz is dead, the Tan said in a vengeful tone. For once, I was glad he was on my side. Living saint. After a week of constant back and forth to harass the Necrons, Stern returned to recover, as she was still human, if far better than a normal one. But she brought with her dozens of Necron items, and even an intact Tomb Blade jet bike. I chased this thing for hours, so now I want one for myself, the pretty battle sister demanded with an outraged voice. I glanced at the wall with a blank face. There were some things I could not do immediately. Go and rest on the fortress and stay with Darcy for a while. I'll figure something out, I said softly, then moved her to her room on the Black Lament. One might think you're being ridden by your woman. Get me a new toy, Lancefire. Zaryalash commented wryly. Let me bring her back. You tell that to her face. I countered with my hand poised in the air for a Tesseract transport. She would rip my head off, the Tan realized with a wary voice. I just smiled politely. After seeing what the Necrons were up to in the Nephilim sector, my wife would be a lot more violent with the poor Tan. Time for another trade, I decided on a whim, and located my favorite Necron lord. Hello again, my metal friend, I quipped in fake joy. Figures you'd be back. I even heard of a woman made of lightning destroying entire Necron armies in the Pariah Nexus, where psyker powers shouldn't work at all. Trazen the Infinite commented dourly. You could be talking about my wife, Ephraim Stern Lancefire. She just returned from her Necron safari with a prize. I answered and transported the Tomb Blade next to him. The pilot's hands are still here, gripping the controls, but nothing else. She tore him from the seat. The Necron Lord realized with a bit of worry. Must have been a little angry, as it took so long to catch him. And now she wants a fast void bike, just like this. But for humans, I explained patiently, then sent over a normal bike, decorated with Order of the Rose sigils. The Necron stared at the childish human vehicle, then back at the state-of-the-art Necron Wonder bike. I hope it is just one item. Making a working STC for a Mechanicus void bike would take days, he exclaimed in fake horror. Wait a minute. It would take me centuries, if I was lucky. Damn Necron science. Days it is then. But you can start with a prototype from these two, or else Stern is going to be more upset, and maybe demolish an innocent Necron by accident. I allowed in a magnanimous voice, almost merciful. Fine, but she better kill Illuminator Cirrus for me. That crazy Cryptek is the one who perfected biotransference. They even dragged me forcefully into the furnace, Trazyn declared in real outrage. I rose my eyes towards Zaryalash, who nodded. It was true then. No wonder Trazyn always acted independently. He was still the same rebel. Why is that Cryptek doing these macabre experiments? And with humans too? I asked, curious. Why else? He had enough of a metal body and wants to return to flesh. But he also makes new technology by studying biological systems. And about new technology, your Horizon engine is ready. I hope that ends my debts, Trazyn demanded in a warning voice. I looked inside the loot stash and sent him over a phylactery that contained numerous repair spiders, just in case he got damaged one day. Wouldn't work on humans anyways. This is for the Void Bike STC, but make one model for me as well. I always wanted to fly in my Terminator plate, I asked shamelessly. Lord Trazyn stared at the flimsy human bike and was about to argue about stupid humans when I sent over the new Primaris Outrider bike and the Vulcanite disintegrator I found in the Nostari ship. This was a tank or dreadnought weapon, way too energy draining for my power armor suit. Or maybe we simply didn't have good enough power generators yet. Some decent human tech this time, Lord Lancefire. I can make something good with these parts. Do you know how to use a targeting nebuloscope? He asked in a tech priest, or maybe mad scientist mode. I can learn. I do have many Necron artifacts in use by now. Good stuff, I declared with a satisfied tone. I would ask if you looted the Omega Vault, but I already intercepted a dozen encrypted transmissions about that, spreading out from the Jericho Reach. Also, news about you having thousands of tan phase swords for your Astartes, Trazyn commented in an ironic voice. I just sighed. Wasn't this supposed to be a magenta violet secret? Anyways, I had to give something out. Those Deathwatch guys had a tan shard locked in a vault, and a bunch of other Necron stuff, like the phylactery you just got. Also had live Tyranids, who escaped somehow and called an entire Tyranid fleet to help. Quite a glorious battle. Until I arrived to save their ass, I muttered in a less pleased voice. Indeed, I expected something like this. I'll send the STC data slate to your fabricator lady when it's ready, but you can take the 2 finished Void Bikes. Trazyn spoke as he gestured at the brand new Void Bikes he just assembled for me in Stern. Took him 5 minutes top. Damn Necron. I still got ahead, but barely. So I left him another quest. An unarmed Nova mine, still plated in blackstone and ceramite dust. This is not armed, the Necron exclaimed after a second of confusion. Perhaps expecting an attack? Why would I attack a useful ally? I need a few millions Nova mines just like it, or a billion. Tyranids, they never stop coming, I said in a tired voice. Oh, your Forge world only makes like 20 per year. I understand. Must be hard, being a brave human, surrounded by superstitious priests who don't even have in-sphere engineering. How is Canis? He asked randomly. Right. Trazyn had been with us at Illavar when Vashtor attacked. Canis is much better. I got him phase claws, I answered proudly. Not the silly claws. Damn human. His soul? The Necron Lord asked with a concerned voice. Getting stronger every day? I said a bit confused. I see. Good. Tell me when the aura manifests. Damn lucky bastard. Trazyn grumbled for himself and dropped my data slate with the Horizon engine into my waiting hands. Oh. Zaryalash wondered out loud. You know something, mighty Zaryalash? I asked warily. It's still only a potential, but this is related to Cadia. Did he eat something in that place? Something soul-charged and powerful or? The Tan asked in a serious voice. I felt my head spin for a second. 2 Chaos Gods died at Cadia. Canis was right at my side, just after the Emperor changed something inside us. I brought Canis out and heard him growl at the impaled Tan. Canis, what is going on inside you? I asked in a worried voice. Woo. Oh, my wolf replied while his eyes glowed with golden light for a second. Warm. Good. Maybe I was paranoid? I bought out a giant Tyrannid tyrant who instantly created a silence in the warp zone inside the Pharos. Alwa. Canis howled louder, forcing his glow out like a barrier. By their nature, dogs were faithful and loyal to their human masters, and Canis even wore a working Rosarius shield. His faith must be enormous. He is a living saint, I realized after a few confusing seconds. Spartan. It took months until Sister Stern managed to finally kill Illuminator Cirrus, not because she couldn't find him, but because the Critpek was very crafty and well-equipped with powerful Necron artifacts, including a portable Gloomism that reduced Stern's damage. But now, I got the prism for myself, a prize worth more than a planet. The time was not wasted, however. Speranza did as he promised, and helped me complete not only 12 Vulcan clones, but also 12 Clone Skeins variants to be used as soldiers, explorers, miners, woodsmen, engineers, and any other major trade needed to expand the Lancefire domain. Not by accident, the Vulcan clones were also gifted the same clone skeins as each different clone clade, and put in charge of them. A Primarch was extremely competent by default, far better at a chosen task than my admirals, generals, spies, logisticians, and other leadership roles, except perhaps the Adeptus Mechanicus, although it came close. Fabricator Gemma was competent, amazingly so. While the engineer Vulcan clone was possibly smarter, he lacked the breadth of knowledge and sheer experience with machine canticles and the subtle undertones of the Mechanicus. For the Tech Priest had codified control codes and execute programs into their voice and signals, and were able to remotely activate or subdue any Imperial machinery, and it went much further than that as Adeptus ranks went higher. While this clone called himself Hephaestus, the name was too long for me, so it rapidly became Hef, possibly to his annoyance. Only Speranza calls him by the long name, possibly because the AI doesn't have a memory problem. Anyways, he does a good job in fixing damaged Astartes artifacts, and even better at changing and upgrading STCs. The other important clone has called himself Anzian, after the Anzian genitor device used to dismantle people alive by the Magi Biologus. As expected, he helped us develop better clone skeins, and even improved his clone brothers while in their gene crucible. The general clone called himself Spartan, possibly after the Spartan used during the Great Crusade. I do have 3 very damaged models in my inventory, so maybe he can recover something from them. One of his brain lobes has been modified by Anzian for extra planning ability, even beyond what regular Primarchs could do. Sadly though, the primordial ability is missing from all the clones, and I know because the first clone actually died. Only after using a drop of my own blood into the gene crucibles did the clones start emerging alive. So that almost makes them my sons too. Anyways, 1 drop of blood is enough for them to become Lancefires, and even the Demiurge Fane accepted them as kin. For meter-tall kin, but who's counting? Luckily, I had Canis suggest this path to me, as we both stared with gloom at the dead clone. On the left hand, I now have an original clone of Vulcan, red eyes, and all. On the other hand, the dead clone's blood creates gene C defects into aspirants, making their organs go haywire and grow bones in unlikely places without stopping. Even in blanks, only the original blood can produce stable Astartes, and even then, only my blank sons can withstand the transformation, and barely. Half of them still die painfully, even before receiving the Primaris organs. Much like the boys I sent to the Space Wolves, Gene Seed Tech is still half magic even for brilliant minds like my Magi Biologus, the Vulcan clones, and Speranza himself. Anzian is still planning to create some 40 Salamanders Primaris successor chapters, but only after we select the most fit candidates from the blank Catachan stock. And after we finish up the real Invictus Warsuit, upgraded with the best Trazyn or Demiurge source weapons and shields. I was sneaky enough to obtain the Vulcanite STC along with the Void Bike, which would make an excellent heavy weapon for the new suits. And speaking of Trazyn, it was time to finish the trade. I gather Canis and the coffin of the clone Vulcan and simply step onto Salamis as a solemn state visit. Our species may be at war, but my Lancefire clan and his dynasty are sort of allies. Lord Lancefire and Canis, I suspect you didn't come for tea, although I recently obtained a marvelous brand. Trazen welcomed us, surrounded by a whole Astartes chapter, as well as tech priests and lich guards, all bound to his control engrams. Lord Trazen, some tea would be nice. And yourself? Infinite and immortal as always, I presume? I asked with a friendly voice. Obviously, you may ask a small favor of me. If Illuminator Ceres is actually dead, the Necron Lord offered along a very good cup of tea. I took a sip and admired the skill of brewing such an amazing tea. Then again, he had 60 million years to perfect a lot of skills. So I took both corpses out and placed them as an offering to the side. A Necron Illuminator and a Primarch clone, united in death with the same purpose. A gift to the Eternal Collector. Oh, it is him. Really? Trazen asked suspicious. Come on, it is only a Vulcan clone, and dead as well. A priceless collectible. Now that Fabius Bile has been evaporated, I explained patiently. You know, I do keep an eye on your Lancefire realms, even more closely after the recent invitation to Illavar. And there are some living clones walking around, far more valuable than a dead one, Trazen declared with some distaste. I sighed inward. As expected, secrets were very hard to keep in this universe, as there were people able to observe events or entire timelines from distance, or simply place spies close to your core. I had no doubt that Ladies Chi and Elixa still sneaked out reports about my realm, even while working hard to protect it. Not to mention the Inquisitors. Those back home are not true clones. I had to insert my own blood into their making, just to keep them alive, and many other modifications. And if they carry my own blood, they are Lancefires now, I said in a colder voice. Trazen the Infinite nodded gravely and shifted his focus on my wolf. Canis, my dear puppy friend, will you howl at me? He asked curious. Gruag. Canis growled so fiercely my skin reacted instinctively, raising the hairs up. Amazing. The howl can indeed produce etheric disturbance, even inside my pylon-active null electrices. Do you see the resemblance with that etheric Primarch you brought to visit last time? The Necron asked in scientific curiosity. I smiled and nodded. Now I did see. This is our fault, both of us. Canis was beside me at Cadia, also in the Garden of Nurgle. He must have ate something. Trazen froze for a second, as my words percolated inside his metal cranium. That would make me his godfather. That's the right human word, right? He asked a bit surprised. I laughed. He got the god part. True enough. Close enough. Infinite Necron. There are also obligations from that word. Canis is now your ward, and you must do anything to protect him. Woog. Canis asked surprised. Not kin, but close enough. Kinda like those space wolves. Canis. Hunt pack. I explained in a warm voice. Hey, I never said, Hunt pack is actually a decent word. We did hunt together. Quite some big prey too. I like it. Trazen exclaimed as he reasoned things through. And now I have to go hunt again, Lord Trazen. The Tyranids are still coming. Some Necrons are attacking Orpheus and Lecter. Some strange Xenos in the Halo stars. I complained in a low voice. The Necron Lord stared at me with his dead green eyes. If you destroy the Maynard Conquistador dynasty for me, I'll give you someone you'll like. Found her in the Pariah Nexus, with a pet dragon attached, much like your wolf, but different too. You're not a psyker. I thought perhaps it was the same type of soul bond you have with the puppy, but now that I know about our mishap at Cadia, it's possibly the opposite kind. Did you steal another Inquisitor? I asked jokingly. Trazen never did change. You know me well by now, Pef Lancefire. Her name is Kyrian Pharaxis, Ordo Xenos, quite hateful of Necrons, but friendly to Eldar. Is that strange? Trazen wondered as he moved a wall to reveal a frozen woman dressed in power armor, with a green dragon on her shoulder. Her power fist still clutched some crystals of obvious Necron make. Was there anything important on those crystals? Your bank accounts, maybe? I asked ironically. Just imagine compound interest gathering for 60 million years. Maybe that's why he added infinite to his name. Haha, ever so amusing. Rogue trader. As if money has any meaning over millions of years. There is important information on these nemetic crystals that should not be revealed to the galaxy yet. However, the Necron Lord said furtively, I get it. Accidents happen. Suns go nova. The hunt pack still hunts. I answered with a knowing grin. Trazen wanted someone killed, and I was the prefect Patsy. We only made 5 million mines for now. When you return, we will have more. I'll even have a manual for some device among my gifts. The Necron offered politely as he transferred me back to Machine Forge, and my tesseract was filled with millions of Nova mines. Canis arrived a second later, with a Necron gloom prism fitted to his shield collar. Trazyn did try to act as a godfather, keeping the wolf safe from Pisker attacks. Woof! The wolf said wisely as he glanced at me. Yes, Canis, very strong. Black falchions. As I returned to the Machine Forge, I did a grand tour of all the facilities, new and old. The tank factoriums make both the medium-sized Ragnaroks and the new Asterius grav tanks, while the forges on board the Speranza Ark produced classic Bane blades. It seems I still lack the necessary authority to request better STC models from the AI. Or maybe he views me as a young, willful child. Maybe Hef will get through to him. They seem to respect one another. I can't produce and carry tank shells in quantity here. Even the artillery shells are difficult to produce and move to the troops. I need energy weapons for the auxilia, I demanded loudly. No, the AI replied curtly. Same answer as always. I see you do not block the Astartes from having energy weapons. You even help sometimes, I observed with reproach. The blank Astartes are not in danger of warp corruption, the AI explained in a more logical tone. I thought for a moment, then had to give in. If the AI saw normal humans as infection vectors, he would be careful not to arm them with unlimited ammo weapons, especially heavy weapons like Baneblade-sized guns. You could have said so from the start, but for now, I don't have enough blanks to create auxilia divisions. Maybe just one, I said with a sad voice. Then one blank division will get my falchion model, with your quad multi-lasers and side sponsons for infantry work. 400 falchions armed with twin volcano cannons will be ready for equipment. Once the division is assembled, armed sentinels with burst lances too. Speranza concluded with a final word. Falchion? Wasn't that a lost relic? I didn't even have a single one. And even better, armed sentinels with rapid-firing lances. Although the damage decreased per shot by an order of magnitude compared to a normal volcano lance, they fired 20 times faster and didn't need to stop and cool down every minute. Hef, did you work on these new sentinels? I asked, curious. Speranza wasn't willing to modify his ancient STC's templates, but the clone had no remorse. Who else? The giant man grumbled in a morose voice. I took out some Tiamat hive carapace plates and gave them to him. Maybe you can figure a way to use this material for armor or cooling? I will need to install Hyprios anti-air missiles on the falchions first. Your idea for the Asterius was quite good, Hef admitted with a reluctant tone. Hey, I did have a spark of genius sometimes. I just nodded modestly though. I could keep my pride in check. You think we should use twin ion beamers on the Invictus left arm? I asked instead. The gentle giant turned towards me, with his orange eyes glinting. Somehow, his eyes came out orange. Don't ask me why. It was the first time I cloned a Primarch, so a small mistake wasn't that bad. Plus he was special now. No, Traitor Lancefire. One ion beamer is good, but not all enemies are vulnerable to beamers. We will use a combo heavy bolter on that arm. There are some new bolter rounds I plan to create, with diverse payload, he said in a determined voice. I shrugged and let it go. So I love the Sci-fi ion beam you could chase enemies with. Even one was enough. And maybe a diverse bolter payload would be useful. Hef was quite smart too. Anyways, we had the giant Volkite gun on the right arm of the Invictus, which surprised even Hef when he first saw it. Not even the Great Crusade legions had such weapons, although they had similar ones of less strength. A metallic golem came to pick up the Tiamat carapace and began to analyze it. Do you have more of this? Speranza asked with no ulterior motive. 1,000 mountains of this, if not yet peeled away. A hive fleet called Tiamat didn't have anything to peel them with until I got the phase blades, I said with a shrug. Sometimes I forget you're a lucky bastard, Lancefire. This can be used as Titan armor. Maybe even better, the golem spoke with an ecstatic voice. There are plenty of Tyranids around, Speranza. I did just murder a whole hive fleet that attacked Forge Arcetri. Cost me about 15,000 Nova mines, I declared politely. I still had headaches from so many long-distance teleports. Way too many Tyranid ships too, and I wasn't there to flick them into a sun. Hard work, dealing with Tyranids. Which reminded me, I should send a Lancefire ship to negotiate a trade deal with the rescued Forge world. Give them a personal Astartes chapter to equip, and have them on call for another save. The Forge worlds were still the most important linchpin for the defense of humanity, both as keepers of knowledge and production of new war materials. Still haven't found a Forge world to refuse a gift of STCs, till now. And the new ones were worth at least an entire fleet, plus an auxilia army for the Astartes. Black Falchions. I knew I'd think of a good name for the next chapter. I exclaimed in amazement at my genius. Both the golem and Hef turned towards me, as if I distracted them from important work. Fill storage hangar 514 with more corpses, and 100 phase blades. If I'm right, we may have a way to armor up the sentinels without adamantium. Speranza demanded from his golem. The poor Nastari Ironkin was now a mere robot for the Speranza AI. Not that the Mechanicus treated their automata better. Spartan already named them Blazing Spartans, Hef added with a sarcastic tone. Of course he did, and sounded much better too. And a bit narcissistic, to be fair. Burning helots, flaming phalanxes, and all sorts of Greek stuff. And fire, of course. Always fire with the Vulcan clones. The next chapter then, and I want a pirate flag for their sign. Crossed bones. I growled a little, as this will take another decade in the accelerated time field. Only a day in real time, though. Ships and armor were much harder to find. Must save more forges. Zaryalash will let me know if there's any good trade to obtain. Just go and impregnate more, Lancefire. I'll buy you a drink when you reach 40 women, Hef advised me in a gentle voice. Okay, back to my fucking duty. I just waited for the Eternal Lament to finish up its upgrades before I could leave on the next crusade. Damn Trazyn and his juicy Inquisitor prize. I wondered if the dragon would join her in bed. It would be cool, right? Petrified lightning. Preparing for a crusade is always difficult and time-consuming. The logistics of moving and feeding a billion soldiers are so great. I was glad Margos and Spartan, the Admiral and General clones, were around to organize the stuff here at Machine Forge. But the main star of the operation was the Strategos clone, already overseeing the recruitment and training of the Catacan and Blanks Auxilia at Illavar. Also upgraded with the planning brain lobe, the man overhauled the entire star system into an efficient war machine and took charge directly of the transport fleet. At least supplies would be arriving on time from here onward, as Strategos also commanded an entire clone clade of logisticians, the training cadre, repair depots, food packaging factoriums for Nutribars, and anything else he deemed necessary. It helped I also gave him the spare tesseract from the Omega Vault to speed movement of material and troops without using time and fuel. Plus, he was an extra defense insurance, as Victor had moved to Forge Retribution with the victorious Lancefire Blackstone Fortress. At Forge Retribution, we had an entire university complex dedicated to rediscovering proper science from the first principles, now led by a Vulcan clone calling himself Aristotle, the same name as the teacher of Alexander the Great. So he should do great. It was all in the name. They already started photoelectric cells and uranium fission piles, so I had great hopes for that project. Even if they only produced regular atomic weapons one day, those were still very useful for ship combat via teleport or torpedo warheads, as I already received the Tau Horizon engine from Trazyn, so it was only a matter of long days with the STC template to adapt the engine for various space-moving vehicles and torpedoes. We may not reach 90% of light speed like the Tau could do for their fragile warships, but even 40 or 50% would be a major advantage, as the Imperial Navy's plasma engines could only reach 25% of light speed in real space, while missiles and torpedoes were so slow one needed to be quite close to actually hit anything. Torpedoes' engines were actually the easiest to obtain, the converse of the Necron's Macaria Swarpless engine, who worked better at larger sizes. The smaller the mass, the easier it was for a Horizon engine to accelerate it, as it was proper and scientific in my view. With the new Ares engines I installed on a few prototypes, the torpedoes could actually reach 70% light speed, bringing them close to actual hit ratios obtained with beam weapons. Plus, the speed itself converted mass to energy, such that solid iron warheads were just as effective as atomic ones, and certainly more safe to carry. I saved the finished engine on another data slate, and transferred over to Fabricator Gemma quarters, eager to show her the good news. Lord Lancefire, this is not what you think, Gemma exclaimed in surprise, as I saw her drain a damaged servitor of life and electricity, leaving him quite dead. It is not a capital punishment for a failed servitor? I asked a bit curious. Not really. Some of the imported tech priests have brought with them a new creed, the Brotherhood of Petrified Lightning. They wish to harness the animus of their foes and bind it to the omnia, reclaiming the motive force. Gemma explained in an eager voice. What? Tell me more. I demanded with a wary voice. These Fulgurites believe only those found worthy in the eyes of the machine god should possess the divine grace of his galvanizing power. They would willingly render every civilization that did not praise the omnia totally inert, plunging their civilizations of the unenlightened into eternal night. Imagine, it works. Enemies such as Necrons would find their devices inert, their Xenos robots falling to the ground without power. Gemma gushed and pointed at the dead servitor. It also drains life force, not just electricity? I asked, even more horrified. All energy is motive force, life force, or holy electricity. Praise the Omnicia, she chanted in near-total religious ecstasy. Order your mind, Gemma. Who is the Omnicia? I asked rhetorically. The god of all knowledge, the machine god, she declared with zeal. Is it, though? I hummed to myself and tapped the twin Aquila on my chest. Her bionic eyes froze on the Aquila as she slowly regained her senses. The Emperor is the Omnicia. But what does it have to do with the creed? She wondered, a bit more logical. There are many things wrong with it. I just had to hear it once. To realize the purpose of this creed is to target the Emperor himself. Do you even know what the petrified lightning means? I asked a bit harshly. Only the advanced creed followers know, she murmured, a bit chastised. So I showed her. The Vulcan coffin appeared beside me, impaled with the same petrified lightning these Fulgurites worshipped. Omnicio's holy son, killed by the Fulgurite, she realized in a mere second. That's how you keep producing gene seed for the new Primaris. I stored away the coffin and pointed at her. The Avengers. Why did you think they were avenging? But this would mean there's a giant conspiracy, right inside the machine cult, aimed at the Emperor, perhaps? Trying to disentangle the worship of the Omnicia from the Emperor by killing his body, Gemma muttered as her logic processes went further. And they found the perfect test subject, not only a Primarch, but one bestowed with infinite motive force. A perpetual, just like the Emperor himself. I continued with a sad voice, as more insights developed into my mind. Vulcan wasn't placed in the Omega Vault as a reward, but hidden away at the edge of the galaxy, far beyond the Astronomican's reach. And who would have the knowledge and power to construct a watch fortress, then move it at Ariok? Who had access to the Noctis Labyrinth to copy the data for the Tan weapon? Who made the Star Fort into an Ordo Xenos base, guarded by deadly Deathwatch and a machine spirit that might also be a minor AI? Who had knowledge of the Federation's Omega weapon, the Nanite Plague, inside the vault? The reach of the Cabal was so long. It went before the Horus Heresy. Plans within plans. I'm already locking everything with anathema-class overrides, Gemma muttered in a subdued voice. Just make a list with the known Fulgurites. I'll have my people extract the information from their minds, I said in a tired voice, and placed the STC slate on her desk. Damn it all to hell. Not even my friendly Mechanicus allies were free of this cabal. Then again, Mars itself was split in two sides during the heresy. And with tech priests being functionally immortal as they replaced failing organs with bionics, there would be living remnants among the older tech priests. Another ship needed to go to Terra and warn the Emperor of this conspiracy. The new Black Falchions then, as they had the SafeCon gene seed. Plus, I did have a whole lot of valuable STCs and Necron artifacts for the Emperor to use. My Ares pattern Void Bike, armed with the Nostari Vulcanite cannon, will do great for his custodes. As would the better Invictus warsuit. Make Archmagos call spit in his soup, hopefully. Some more natural blanks as well, and some young Rambo clones. At least 10,000 of them, armed with phase blades. I'm sure Sly Marbo will be impressed if his clones become blank custodes. Not if, when. The Emperor wasn't stupid. Calibrate weapon. Eventually the Crusade fleet was ready to go, although still only half of the mighty fleet that departed towards Stygius a decade ago. Half of the battleships and 200 cruisers were still under repair. Only 15 battleships and 300 cruisers, as well as 4 Astartes battle barges and a fleet carrier. Some other ships would also join in support, like 21 escort carriers and a machine forge Arc Mechanicus with 1,000,000 servitor pilots on their drone fighters. However, I did send several Lancefire trade fleets of cargo and transport vessels escorted by our warp engine frigates and destroyers ahead to my chosen waypoints, mainly forge worlds like Graia and others on the way. I plan to skirt the south border of the Imperium and collect some of my successor chapters en route, while training the troops on easy orc worlds on the way. Sister Decima would be happy to be put to combat use, not just to warm my bed. Sister Stern was also eager to electrify more of humanity's enemies, as were her sisters of battle. The girls had received new equipment, including some nicer armed sentinels for the Blank Sisters, but also ion beamers for their vehicles and Volkite pistols for the infantry. The Silent Sisters had reached 1,000 silent Leviathans, now modified with actual sound absorbers from the Invictor warsuit, to be able to walk silently indeed. Inquisitor Valine had to join me for observation purposes, and to smooth the way should we encounter more reluctant Imperials. She had a close bodyguard of real Deathwatch Astartes, including Brother Semni, as well as the remaining 3,000 Black Shields converted from the captured Astral Claws as an experimental inquisitorial regiment. There was no point keeping the Astral Claws as backup, since I had many more blank Primaris Marines that did not need mind shackles to be loyal. Nighthouse Lancefire provided 1,000 night suits, upgraded by Speranza to our best tech available, and piloted by blank pilots, of course. We had more knights, but those were fresh and not that experienced yet. Plus, I wanted a reserve force back home. It seemed Speranza had a soft spot for knights, seeing them worthy of his time and efforts. They also had a decent escort of blank sacristans and armed sentinels, mostly to keep infantry away. The Mechanicus Arc also carried a demi-legion of the Deus Ex Machina Titan Legion, if only 100 warlord units that received the latest upgrades, including weave shields and Tiamat-class armor. We had to test the latest upgrades in combat before knowing which things worked or not. Gemma had ordered 1,000,000 Scutarii to escort the Titans, along with a coterie of tech priests of all types. The Auxilia troops were equipped with newer Ragnarok armor and armed sentinels received from Forge Goth and Mazoa, although without phase blades. The special sentinels were instead bestowed upon the new Blank Division, along with falchion tanks, and will test the burst lances in war. Perhaps it was safer to give phase blades only to blanks. Speranza wasn't stupid. My Primaris Marines would test the new Invictus warsuits, as well as the Void Bikes for aerial ground support, piloted by Tech Marines. Only one company would still have the Terminator plates, if needed to insert for boarding operations or other specialist role. From my own estimations, the warsuit would have an order of magnitude better firepower and defense than a Terminator, especially because of the Vulcanite Disintegrator and the Tiamat hide armor. Somehow, my Terminators had become light-armored scouts for the rest of the chapter. The real Leviathan dreadnoughts had been relegated to their old purpose of interring wounded brothers in walking coffins, a sad but always present reminder that in 40K anyone could lose. The dreadnoughts also didn't count for the 1,000 limit of battle brothers in the Codex Astartes, so perhaps it would work well anyways. Chirin was very glad to return to active combat after being replaced by Strategos at Illavar. Spartan was put in charge of the Auxilia, and many of his clone clade of soldier clone skeins were appointed officers or sergeants for the newer regiments. As the clones were bred exclusively for war, I had high hopes of doing great, especially as the blank officers in the Auxilia had been retasked with leading the Blank Division and its units. A similar role was given to the Admiral clone, who I called M for ease of my tongue. Greek names were hard. Why couldn't he pick a normal name like Nelson? Although ship captains always remained blanks, as well as most of the bridge officers, numerous crew roles were taken by his naval-clade clones, who were modified to withstand prolonged ship travel far better than regular human and even voidsmen, mostly by dialing their warp presence to the minimum possible and still keep them alive. For now, lobotomized servitors were still the bulk of the lower deck crew, but M wanted to replace them with a new clade, far more resistant to radiation and other toxic byproducts. Speranza had opposed this clade for some reason though, so it was locked for now. As the Eternal Lament powered its engines and moved beside the Black Lament, the Crusade was ready to depart. Obviously, I called it the Halo Crusade, for no ulterior reason. First stop, a small orc domain located directly south of us. Speranza had indicated it as a good place to expand, and so we did. Plus, it would mean collecting more life sacrifices for the chronophage swords, more Xeno Auxilia to blunt an enemy charge, maybe more ship hulls. and plenty of real practice for the troops. Nobody was actually surprised when our troops deployed in good order and massacred the orcs with little problem. Not even the new auxilia troops. Compared to mostly savage orcs deprived of their Wyack field, even the regular auxilia did great, each scoring at least 100 kills, while the snipers had broken all records with their bolt sniper rifles. There was even one guy with 2,100 kills. The test was mostly to calibrate weapons and give the officers more experience. But if I could loot millions of metal asteroids and dozens of ships, plus millions of orc weapons for free, surely it was the grace of the Emperor. A week later, we were replenishing at Forge World Metallica when an astropath call was received from the night world of Racker 9, which was sworn to the Knights of House Raven. Something about a Nephilim king. Not that astropath telegrams made much sense anyways. You had to guess at the meaning. M and Spartan cornered me in my room, where I was receiving the loving ministrations of my Inquisitor wife. You heard about the Tyrannid fleet, Lancefire? How's she still breathing like that? M asked with an odd glance at my little lance getting inhaled by a hungry Inquisitor. Practice makes perfect. M, you go on and organize the fleet. I'll be there as soon as I finish, I explained politely, while Brother Jogatan simply rolled his eyes at me. Spartan simply smirked and gave me a thumbs up. His thumb was bigger than my lance. Little did they know, I was actually practicing my null powers by drawing power from my psyker wife, slowly and pleasantly, of course. I did need to become a stronger pariah, and Valine needed to train her mental resistance as well. I just found a clever way to train, that's all. You could even say I was calibrating my weapon, Raven. Soon after reaching the Racker system, I found what that Nephilim king really was. Unlike the normal Tyrannid hordes, this hive used massive organisms that copied Imperial Knights, both in looks and tactics, forming feudal-like formations. And while the low-level support of Tyrannid Sacristan look-alike were easy to mow down by our combo Votanica and ion beamers on the Invictus warsuits, only the Vulcanite disintegrators could harm the armored shells of their Knight bioforms, and not that well either. Click, and the Primaris Marines returned to their repair docks. This called for a deployment of my own House Knights, and see how their new weapons fared against this strange strain of Tyrannids called the Matching the Tyrannids in numbers and power, it now became a game of wits between my knights and the Synapse creatures. Their pyrovore biocannons shot blasts of burning bioplasma that splashed over our new weave shields, and what leftover got through were ineffective against the Tiamat carapace bonded over the real adamantium underneath. Screech! A loud howl erupted from their monstrous king, causing the bioforms to regroup and retreat from their siege of House Raven, leaving dozens of wrecked Raven Knights on the ground. Void bikes began to harass and hound isolated NID Knights, and several Auxilia Mega Tauros cars surrounded them, firing with Vulcan megabolters at the weaker joints. Soon enough, the bulk of the Tyrannid court was corralled into a mountain valley, an easy prey for either an armored assault or our orbital support. The Nephilim king knew this as well, as he stepped in front and gestured with his whip swords, perhaps demanding an honorable death. But nope, such an effective formation would be too useful to kill. They could fight for me instead. A new auxilia unit, Tyrannid Knights, I exclaimed happily on the bridge, watching my sons and daughters simply grin in response. And click, joining my other special Tyrannid tyrants and what else in the Tesseract, I soon began to implant the Synapse units with my Necron mind shackles. An excellent loot for today, and a reminder that our enemies were also evolving and upgrading themselves. Knights, soon enough they will deploy Titan legions. I'm not painting such a beast, I heard Captain Lore mutter in a low voice. This boy, always fun to tease. You will paint 2 of them instead. And Menelo is excused, because he was a good boy. I ordered with a wink at my librarian's son. Silly Lore, don't worry, I'll help too. These Xeno Auxilia will be helpful one day. My wiser son spoke with a lamenting voice. From their hive ships, I only kept a spiky multi-clawed bioship that seemed to have been evolved for boarding purposes. The rest were either butchered by the fleet or sent to burn in the sun. A dangerous plan, Lord Lancefire. The Tyrannids will eventually adapt to whatever means you have to control them, my Inquisitor wife muttered in a soft voice. Such is war. Those who fail to adapt are bound to lose. But for now, I think I'm doing fine, I answered with a nod. Warning received. I was already busy repairing the system and providing it with metal asteroid for forts. It was still a losing game. Knight houses should not hide on remote medieval worlds, exposed to any strong invasion. They should base themselves on a forge world and fight with the support of the Mechanicus, just like I did. Want me to deal with the Raven Knights? Valine asked, sounding curious. I checked my implant to see if there were any interesting persons still alive, and surely enough they had Baroness Vardis tending to her damaged knight suit. We'll both go. I do have a knight suit as well. When we appeared beside the medieval keep, I piloted my lonely Reason Knight, and my metal palm held an Inquisitor and 2 Deathwatch bodyguards, mostly as a show of skill. Piloting a knight was quite easy for me now, almost like a second skin. Welcome to House Raven. Although you may understand we are much in disarray at the moment, Lady Vardis spoke from a tall tower. I simply moved my palm at the side of the tower to let the passengers debark, and then stored my suit and stepped beside them, back in my Terminator plate. Brother Alric managed to frown at me, even while wearing his armored helmet. Semnai simply shrugged, already used with my antics. Then again, the man had fought a great demon in the warp and even burned a demon world by himself. This is Inquisitor Remius, and I am Pef Lancefire. I can provide assistance, I proposed with a mild voice, and with a trick of the Tesseract gathered all the damaged knights into the keep's courtyard. You don't feel like a psyker, Lord Lancefire, the Baroness observed with keen eyes. Semnai actually snorted at that, before restraining himself. Right, I should bring Canis and Jogatan. I was the only one here without a retinue. Click. My gifts are of an entire opposite spectrum, Lady Vardis. I am what they call a null, or a blank. When I grow up, I'll be able to eat demons on toast bread, or even without toast. I explained politely, then smiled as the brave nobles around the Baroness drew back a step. I just sighed and skipped forwards, hiding the Necron Orban eternity with my shadows. In a minute, the damaged knights began to restore themselves, limbs reknitting, armor plates unbending, even fusion reactors fusing back together. In 30 minutes, the Raven Knights were now pristine, possibly even better than they ever were. A medieval world didn't have the technology to maintain knights to their best form, after all. Whoa, Canis asked as he smelled the brand new knights. Not like our reason, Canis. See, no weave shields, no ion cannons, not even burst lances. I argued with my wolf. They also didn't have a grav chute to allow a smooth landing, nor phase blades, not the blessed simulacra repair devices. With chains, words, and autocannons, even heavy stubbers as they armament, the poor Raven House looked like peasants compared to my advanced knights. Woo, woo, Canis proposed with a wise voice. Upgrade them? Difficult and dangerous. Knight houses fell to chaos quite often, as I knew well. I burned plenty of fallen houses. Lady Vardis had descended from her tower while I was busy, and could only stare at the repaired walkers in awe. This debt, I will speak with our princeps on Colossi. Surely we can repay this favor somehow, she murmured with a fervent voice. I think armed sentinels are more than enough to maintain a military presence here, my lady. I propose you depart this world and base your knights at a forge world like Metallica. They can also upgrade the suits with far better weapons. I spoke with a wry glance at the stone walls of the keep. They even had barefoot peasants here, and reptile work animals instead of tractors. Even sentinels were overkill to maintain peace. An auxilious sentinel appeared beside me, looking much like a smaller version of a knight, if far less expensive. Maybe 1,000 sentinels would reach the value of a single knight's suit. The Baroness examined the unknown sentinel model with keen eyes, walking around it and even climbing into the cockpit for a spin. The smaller Chainsword roared in the air with a loud engine growl. After she jumped out, she nodded cautiously. Far easier to pilot as well. Instead of 30 knights, we could hold this world with 300 armed sentinels. Train the pilots as well. I grinned at her. My crusade fleet has 1,000,000 sentinels in storage. Let's visit Colossi and see if your princeps is interested in joining. On the way to the nearby system, I got to know the Baroness much better and gifted her a blank child as a reward. Baldy. Upon arriving at Colossi, I immediately noticed their keeping Violet, a giant fortress of stone and adamantium that climbed from the planet's mantle into the low orbit. Much like the Fong at Fenris, it also served as an orbital dock and a defense station, But otherwise, the planet was just a sad mire of polluted cities and numerous gangs and cultists, perhaps more cultists than normal, even on an imperial planet. Many local nobles themselves were sporting chaos sigils and hidden altars, and the local army was mostly the knight suits and some arbites. This was doomed world, just waiting to be invaded and taken by chaos. This is bad. I spoke in warning, before Valine could stand up. Is it worse than you think? PF. There are summoning rituals going on. Right now. She growled and vanished with her nexus to meet with her Black Shield regiment. I began spreading frag grenades like gifts, while also deploying the troops at important checkpoints and calling Sister Decima out. A wide blank blanket fell over Colossi, and I noticed Valerian over in the Eternal Lament, firing his Immaterium beam at the other side of the planet. Something strong is coming, my lord. It's pushing through. Decima warned me over the implant. Ow! Canis howled suddenly, projecting a golden light into a maw that bit the void, crushing something invisible. I noticed the Inquisitor gather her Death Watch into her nexus, then move on top of the keep, about 100 kilometers away. It was a bit early to deploy my Marines, as we didn't know where and how the enemy would attack, but the Titans and the Knights could be moved in a protective perimeter around the keep. At the same time, I forced myself and moved everyone not armed into the Tesseract. Far easier to sift children and other non-combatants away from the rest. Already, same deep pain was filling my chest, just like at Fenris and later at Illavar. Whoa! Canis encouraged me and bit gently on my gauntlet. Of course, I will use it, but on what? Go autistic all ships. Deploy screens and disperse in pattern beta. I ordered in my last Vox transmission. From here on, we would have to depend on passive scans and the Tesseracts. Librarian Valerian had one of them as well, along with half our provisions and a third of the blank auxilia on board the Eternal Lament. Another third was on board the Black Lament, and the rest spread over the fleet as inner defenses. As the next second passed, I moved all non-blank crew and troops in the fleet into my Tesseract, just as the warp opened up to produce a large chaos fleet, led by a huge demon. 2 Arcs of Omen, just as large as my Black Lament, 17 battleships, already outnumbering us, 114 cruisers, 3 carriers, and 1,000 escorts, giving this chaos fleet a slight advantage in numbers. That's Rodigus, an unclean one. Chiron warned me just as I began to fire the beam at his face. Meanwhile, a scattering of Nova mines burst among the Chaos escort ships, reducing their numbers' advantage. A green gas began to flow from his mouth belly, pouring over the planet below. Nurgle plagues were bad, not as such for blanks, but the planet would have to burn now. Valerian joined his beam onto my target, while also dispersing munitions over the Chaos fleet and exploding several cruisers. The Chaos battleships and their carriers, as well as the 2 Arcs, were protected by some form of shield, which didn't bode well. Warp Shield's Minilo warned me on the implant. Didn't help me much. Decima, see if you can punch one out. I proposed and immediately acted, transporting my Omega- sister on top of an Arkansas. Her phase sword flared out, and for a second, I could see and transport a few Nova mines inside the Ark before I recalled her. Valerian got the hint and shifted target onto the wounded Ark, and after a minute later the Ark went silent as anything alive was toast now. 1 Ark down, and the Nurgle demon still did not die, instead shaking a wooden staff at me. I felt poison on my lips, and a warm glow emerged from deep inside me. Already that bad? Canis just rushed at my side and placed a paw on my shoulder and growled at the invisible attack. Next one, Decima, I ordered with a pained voice. Another transport, and the second Ark was breached, allowing Valerian to finish it off. On the surface, around 200 Chaos Titans and 800 Chaos Knights were already attacking the keep, supported by thousands of demon engines and Chaos Marines. Keep the equipment, Father. We might restore some. I heard Minilo advise me. In a haze of rapid deployments and munition dispersal, the Eternal Lament began to fire once more onto the greater demon. When the creature bellowed and chanted, "Demon Prince B. Laker, it is time." Then he descended on top of the keep to battle the Inquisitor and her black shields. Brother Alaric had a Xenophism blade of his own, while Semnai had a Vibro phase blade of my own design, which allowed him to shred the demon with ease. Sadly, the thing also regenerated just as fast. Brother Jogadin, you help them, I demanded, and immediately transported the Great Blade Master next to Semnai and 9 silent sisters in support. Not all great demons were equal, as I knew well enough from my stupid quest into the Garden of Nurgle. By using the sounding board, I ordered our heavy ships to target the Chaos Carriers before they could unload all their fighters and bombers, while my cruisers focused fire on the nearest Chaos battleship. Click. The Blank Division was instantly deployed to flank the Chaos forces, while the Primaris Marines and their new Asterius tanks joined the fight on the other side. Flashes of sunfire burst from the new falchion tanks, exploding Chaos Knights or transformed Chaos engines, while the Void Bikes took to the skies to provide air cover. Already the skies were full of Chaos fighters and even wings of Helldrake, some kind of winged mechanical demons, so our own fighters were busy enough. 100 escort corvettes attempted to fly low and provide orbital support, but the Chaos Titans and the Chaos Fighters began to target them before they could do too much damage. Fine then. Click. The skies became empty of enemies all of a sudden, transported into the sun and giving my troops a lot more support from the air. You must be the one who killed Vashtor. A loud voice boomed across the entire system, just as that Rotigus demon exploded into gore. A large winged demon carrying a black sword manifested on top of the keep, uncaring of his dead comrade torn to shreds by the best sword fighters of humanity. Blademaster Jogatan found his phase blade parried by the demon's sword. The first time I saw something withstand the tan blade. Semnai joined in, and by luck managed to blur his vibro blade and shred a wing from the demon. Cute trick, young Astartes. But now you will all die, the one-winged demon proclaimed in a confident voice, just as the Chaos fleet above began to disintegrate, ship by ship. Absalom, go help, I demanded in a hurry, and transported the Polaris Psi-Titan at the scene, just as a warp pulse evaporated 1,000 black shields and pushed the protected people back. Waff, Canis demanded eagerly. Okay. I moved into Sabax and joined the fight as well, even as this Balakra thing blocked a shot from the Psi-Titan by simply hiding under his wing. That was stupid. The wing was frayed and thin like cloth, not a meter of adamantium. Take this, Belacqua, I shouted and fisted the demon from behind, while Canis blurred forward and ripped his sword arm away. Silence fell over the system, as the mighty demon found itself impaled onto my nice power claw, now enhanced with phase blades of course. What the hell is this dog? The demon muttered as Canis crunched on his ether blade and somehow managed to tear it to small bits with his phase claws and even his teeth. Any last words, bald crap? I asked instead, and fired my left-hand psi-cannon into his face. My name is... The thing tried to explain, when Sister Decima appeared beside me and just punched him into his soul. Crack. I swear I heard the universe break a little, and Canis heard it too as he rose his head towards me. What? He asked cogently. A decent question too, as the demon changed shape and became an old bald man still impaled on my clawed finger. Before I could do anything, the Inquisitor took out a bolter gun and shot the baldy in the head, ending this debacle. I'll go clean up the other idiots, I muttered from my Psi-Titan and waved goodbye with a bloody claw, splitting the corrupted guy into small bits that fell onto the dock's platform. Canis rushed to eat his treat, while everyone else stared in awe. I think it was awe anyways. On the ground, Sister Stern was having fun demonifuging Chaos Titans, with even more ease than Necron or Tyrannid Titans, so I took charge of the orbit as usual. May find some nice stuff on these arcs, and then look inside that secret STC vault deep below the keep. These Raven Knights didn't even know they had an entire STC constructor under their mountain fort, or maybe they've forgotten how to use it. Either way, Pef Lancefire wins. Knighthood. Over half of the planet Colossi is now on fire, some by accident, some by enemy fire, and the rest by our own ships or ground units setting fires to anything corrupted by chaos. Luckily, we did have 1,000 Silent Sisters as well as Sister Stern to halt the Nurgle plagues from melting the main continent, and Immaterium beams to splash infected zones from orbit and kill anything alive, or not. The keep in Violet remained mostly intact, if depopulated. Most of the civilians were still held in my Tesseract, but the vast majority of their Arbites or local militias were riddled with disease so virulent it could only be cured by flaming promethium. The Genitor clone, Anzian, was already working on new vaccines and better clone skeins to protect our future population against such attacks, but for a good portion of the Colossi people, it was too late. Not even the night pilots of the Raven House got away intact, losing over 70% to disease and over half of their knight suits. They still survived as a house, but barely. Luckily, Sister Stern was close enough to demonifuge away the plague from the keep, and Lady Vardis remained alive. Maybe it was also the blank child inside her. Not even my Crusade fleet got away intact, not from a near-equal opponent in the Chaos fleet. My Apocalypse B pattern battleship was too close from the main concentration of Chaos battleships, and its void shields failed before it could retreat away. The new weave shield lasted just enough for me to notice and hide it away in the Tesseract, but not before substantial damage was inflicted. The Serenity battle barge took a full strike from the Chaos bombers and got battered badly as well. And the sad part was that Rodigus may have escaped, banished and surely bruised, but returned into the warp. The other one, Belliker, died his final death, but he was still only a mortal raised to demonhood, not a real great demon. As for myself, as expected, I am stealthily investigating the STC constructor under the keep, although I also found a large vault filled with knight suits. Over 1,000 of them. It seems the constructor was at some point building new suits for the colonists and storing them inside this vault. But then someone important died and took the secret with him. Happened way too often in the Imperium, to be fair. Their loss and my gain. I will only confiscate half of these suits. The more advanced variants like Knight and Astela. Smaller models like Armiger class could be traded back to the House Raven. However, even among the Armiger there is an interesting model I will keep, called 9Forex. These have a whole bunch of ancient tech on them, from a construct_shield to graviton pulsar, and even a foci of glare that can also be used as a tank cannon. The construct shield itself is a wonder of DOT times, a small and compact void shield that can be also mounted on heavy tanks and Leviathan dreadnoughts. While the graviton pulsar is too small to be mounted a main weapon on starships, it can be used in a different role, to lock a target in place for other weapons to destroy it, for example in fighter combat, or even by my larger knights as a secondary weapon. The Leviathans should also be able to use it, as they are larger than an Armiger knight. The STC constructor had all these templates installed and locked to a Princeps genetic code. I was way overqualified for that, with my Titan pilot credentials and the clavis engrams of my Rosette. It even had the template for a lightning_lock, basically a directed EMP weapon. Sadly, would be useless against Tyranids and Orcs, or even any infantry in general, but certainly of use against technological enemies like Eldar or Tau. Chaos and Necron were likely immune, due to different operating principles. It would be nearly useless to me right now, but I will trade it away for more ships. Click, and the giant automated constructor vanished in my Tesseract. With a bit of repair and code cleaning work, this constructor should be able to churn out any type of walker suit, from Sentinels and Dreadnoughts, to Invictus war suits and more Imperial Knights, maybe even power armor, like Terminator plate. I wasn't sure it could actually construct the smaller Warhound Titans, since Titans had vastly different specifications. A day later, after the cremations were over, I arrived officially at the keep and met the remaining noble knights. Brave knights of the Imperium, we have fought together and triumphed over this horrible attack by the ruinous powers. House Raven still stands, and the keep in Violet has remained intact. But you are in poor shape right now. I spoke in a mourning, grieving, and lamenting voice. House Raven stands, they all declared with zeal, as expected of brave knight pilots. Have faith and stand strong, because your ancestors are watching. Deep under the keep, I found a cache of ancient knight suits, over 500 of them. The vast majority are Armiger class, but even so, they will help you recover faster. I continued on a more joyful tone. Yay, hurrah! People cheered, as their loses would be restored with ease. I have also spoken with Baroness Vardis, and concluded that your outer holdings planets can be easily defended by armed sentinel walkers, which any Forge world can provide with ease. As for the rest, I believe your house would be much safer if your stronger knight suits were stationed on a Forge world. Not only they would get repairs and upgrades, but they would not be vulnerable to another sudden invasion. I proposed in a calm voice, and just waited. Basically, they would need to split their house into 3 groups, one holding the ancestral keep, one defending the spread-out planets of their house, with sentinels, and the main force beholden to a Forge world for safety and possibly an influx of technology transfer and industrialization towards their noble house. It didn't take long for the consultations to degrade into shouting matches and insults. It seems to me, You all are under the impression this was a suggestion. It is not. When I arrived in the system, I instantly detected multiple summoning rituals, calling for these chaos forces here. A third of my Black Shield regiment was killed, defending you noble brats. 1,000 brave Deathwatch Space Marines. Give me a reason to burn the other half of this world. I dare you, Inquisitor Ramius shouted, while her Deathwatch simply leveled their bolters at the surviving nobles. Well, that ended the negotiations even faster. Lady Vardis nodded at me, and it was done. Bang! A single bolter fired, exploding a noble that reached under his robe. Oh well, there was always one, wasn't it? The other nobles kneeled down at once, maybe a bit more impressed now. I could only shrug and move away, already thinking about my next move. I could take the fleet towards the Forge world of Sigmol-Stari, or I could continue south or west and crush other Tyranid fleets still roaming the galaxy. Or I could split the fleet and do both. What to do? Let's wait for now and repair the ships with my magic Necron orb, as well as any other damaged stuff. Better be ready for whatever the universe threw at me next. For in the dark future of the 40th millennium, there was only war. Orc boss. After considering the odds a little, I did split the crusade in two. My Primaris Lamenters would move onto the Eternal Lament and provide support to the Forge world of Sigmol-Stari, alongside half of the Auxilia units. We were to meet again at Forge Gryffindor, while my Black Lament and the Knights of House Lancefire would continue onward to Forge Kiavar and the home system of the Raven Guard. Spartan would join Valerian and provide him tactical support, while M would remain with me and continue to coordinate the fleet much better than I could. It was also a test for the Lamenters, as they would deploy without me for the first time in a century. They also took the 4 battle barges and the 40 drop cruisers, as those were part of their normal fleet deployment, including 100 Silent Sisters for safety reasons. Princeps Day was in command of the Deus Ex Titans, and she decided to stick with me. As she put it, I could always father more Lamenters, but there was a single PEF in this universe. Sadly, also true. Sister Stern was practically glued to my hip anyways, but I did send Abelsalom and the Polaris Psi Titan to support the Lamenters. He needed to prove himself as well. During the week of travel, I let Anzian create a durable clone sky design to support Primaris Gene Seed, given the hardest possible mental and physical resistance possible for a human, starting from a Catacan genetic template and going much further. M and I also spent these 2,000 years of accelerated time exploring and abusing the STC constructor until it could produce Primaris equipment, although still only the walking type. Terminator and Invictus suits, as well as some new Leviathan dreadnoughts, both for Astartes and the Fragile Sisters. Librarian Menelo was busy investigating the Nostari Fane on board my Black Lament, and sometimes produced a new STC like the Magna Rail Rifle or new mining tools, or even a new type of walker suit called Thunderkin Exoframe that could be used with minimal bionic implants. These exoframes were given to the Infantry Auxilia and the Battle Sisters to allow them to carry heavy weapons on foot, as well as the new Blank Void Guards recruited from the Blank Division for ship security. Give them an inch of Blackstone plasteel armor, and these new suits would become the equivalent of Astartes power armor, if not as agile. Give them multi-lasers or ion beamers, and they would almost match an Astartes in a few cases, or even lost cannons and heavy bolters, if we didn't have any better. I was a bit astounded how far we've come, from the times when a simple lost cannon was a tank weapon, while bolters were the main weapon of a Space Marine. There was still much work to be done, for energy generation and sensors, but it would come. I was almost matching the Tau now, not that they had true battleships or Titans anyways. I was not even surprised when both M and Anzian showed up one day, equipped in master-crafted Invictus warsuits the size of a knight. A Premarch clone was still as big as a Premarch, and Vulcan was the largest of them by far. You wasted a decade for these war suits, I commented wryly. It was only a few hours of real time. In the old days, it would have taken a year or more. M reminisced with a longing voice. There is a small chance that your stepbrother might show up. If you enter his Raven Spire, I offered with a low voice. Corix will probably kill us, not knowing what we are. Anzian said with a sad smile. He might try, that's true, but remember who I am. I will fist his ass. If Corix tries fratricide on my watch, I answered in a joking voice and powered up my phase claws with a buzz sound. The two clones glanced at each other and grimaced. Maybe I was not joking. However, as it happens, luck was on my side. We found the Kiavar system surrounded by orcs, billions upon billions of them, likely part of the WAC, going by the millions of mechs and larger gargants, filling up ships and rocks and several space hulks. Upon seeing the immense orc armada, M scowled and threw me a disgusted look. What? I asked innocently. You realize the Imperium would crack under this assault, not only in void combat, but on the ground as well. There are at most 4,000 Astartes here, and some 40 Titans from Graea, and only 4 warlords among those. As for Legio Vindictus, they barely have 23 Titans, the clone grumbled with a morose voice, as if numbers were that important. And yet, you are now a Lancefire. By my grace and blood, how easy do you want me to win? I inquired with my amazing subtlety. The Ordo Xenos Inquisitor sitting at my left simply snorted, while Canis raised his eyes wide at me. Waff. Damn it. No, not another stupid melee, Canis. We can use all this metal back home, and even to forge new items during this crusade, plus all the relics a Space Hulk may have. Librarian Minilo spoke softly, proving his newfound calling as a Lancefire Grimner. See, that was a wise advice. Not something I expected from a librarian, to be sure. Then again, he was more of a mutated Lancefire than a pure-strain librarian psyker. His mother gave him a stern look, possibly to shut him up. Sister Stern just laughed lightly and teleported away, reaching the top of the Raven Spire with a single warp. She could already push out from the Tesseract, so there was no containing her anymore. She did as she pleased, which mostly meant throwing gigantic lightning storms and evaporating poor demons. Immense power and the ability to resurrect? I suspected she was reaching the boundary of a primordial, if she wasn't already. Maybe Stern could solve the Fulgurite shard one day, or Canis might eat it. Maybe not Canis. Not yet. When he can teleport, then we might try. By accident, my hand slipped on the command throne power plate, bringing the Immaterium beam online and blasting the largest space Hulk with its killing waves, followed by a Nova Mine to vanish the Hulk into the Tesseract, while all sensors were blind. 1 down, 5 more go. Oi, oi, who stole my big star crumpa? An aggravated orc boss shouted on the Vox. I mean, there should be at least a bit of common sense. Never mind. Still orcs. I fired once more, this time targeting another Space Hulk that provided the boss location via an easily traceable Voxcom Blaram. The Black Lament's beam should have ended the poor boss Garagak life, and all of his entourage of knobs and mechs. Nova Mine again to mask my actions from sensors, then snatch. To my surprise, the large orc boss didn't die, and still howled inside the Tesseract labyrinth, smashing frozen knobs with his giant claw. So, the orc bosses could get as strong as a great demon after all. Never seen one this strong. But maybe it was also a function of how many orcs he had around him. The WAF field would get bigger. Maybe my bodyguard Jogatin will want to duel him? Or M. Want to duel this big orc boss? I have him trapped for now. I asked M with a wry tone. Excel time. I don't want to miss the fleet combat, M demanded with an interested voice. Both Valine and Minilo rose a finger to show they wanted inside to watch. Then Canis stood up, knowing a decent meal was at hand. Fine, go gang up on the poor orc boss. Click. Corvus. One after another, the orc space hulks vanished from the system, giving the defenders a bit more hope. But it was already a bit late, as numerous orc rocks were plunging towards deliverance in Kiavar, with many eager orcs already jumping offboard as to more rapidly engage the Raven Guard and their successor chapters in melee. Some of the orcs actually survived the fall, and just scratched their empty heads at the craters left behind, before howling for walk and running ahead for glorious melee. I still had to deal with the more dangerous orc battleships and kill cruisers, especially a dozen Hammer-class battlecruisers that had grown even larger than Imperial battleships by adding more engines, guns, and even more armor. Spreading several Nova Mines, I blinded anyone looking too close at the space combat and stole the ships away for later use. The smaller orc escorts and rocks were instead engaged directly and left hold and burning in the void by our crusade fleet, more like a prize for the forged temples on Kiavar, who may also need metal and such to rebuild. I even left 16 kill cruisers mostly intact by emptying them of crew and splashing frag grenades inside before transporting 1,000 auxilia troops on each for bragging rights. While the Lancefire Knights and Titans protected the more important factories and installations on the ground, I deployed the rest of the Auxilia for a defensive training operation, along with their tanks, sentinels, and tarantula turrets. I also wanted to test the new Ragnarok anti-air vehicle that combined both the Hyprios missile launcher and the new twin-burst lances, which tripled the damage output compared to regular multi-lasers. Sadly, while I had worked on a classic triple-barrel burst lance as a larger brother of the multi-laser, the smaller Ragnarok chassis couldn't afford the energy needs, unlike Baneblades or Asterius models. Even so, the new Cobra tanks proved very effective at shooting down orc copters, orc riding missiles, and various other types of unlikely aerial targets. An hour later, M emerged from the Tesseract bruised and bleeding, his new Invictus warsuit hanging in strips of useless metal on his body. Canis grinned at me with orc blood around his teeth, although he was also limping. Minilo missed his left hand, for whatever reason, but he smiled happily, while Valine was holding most of her insides still inside with one hand, and dragged a meter-wide orc head behind her. "Guys, what took you so long?" I asked, curious. "I knew it. I missed the fleet combat." M grunted and simply sat on his ass, looking a bit tired. "Waff," Canis exclaimed and fell on his side as well, sounding content. "Dear wife, you need a bandage?" I continued in a more serious tone. Valine just grunted and vanished with her nexus, appearing in the medical section and crashing on a bed. The sisters rushed to help her, so I just glanced at Minilo, who was stoically enduring the pain of a lost hand. I still remembered when it happened to me. "I'm feeling fine, my lord, but I'm thinking I will become a Primaris soon. I'm just not good enough," Minilo muttered in a low voice. I sighed inward. I didn't have almost none of the Astartes gene glands, and those that I did seemed mostly inert, except the glowing heart. "Ask Anzian. Maybe he can install a heart furnace or whatever. Mine does great work," I offered with a kind voice. Minilo just looked at me weirdly and walked away, likely to tend to his injury or lament at his loss. Maybe both. "Whoa," Canis mewled while still laying down. "Fine." I moved Canis near Anzian so that our medical genius could fix his broken leg, or whatever the sound meant. "I can go and try the Ravenspire, Lancefire. Corix should keep an eye out for his homeworld. With the big invasion and all," M said in a tired voice, although his flesh was already healing rapidly. "Bullshit Primarch stuff, even if cloned. We'll both go, once things settle down a bit. Fix yourself another war suit. You look a bit disheveled," I demanded in a level voice and sent him near the STC constructor, deep inside the fortress. The ancient machine already had his special measurements and specs, so the next warsuit would only take an hour or less. The defense of Kiavar continued, and still took a whole day to clean up the disorganized orcs or hunt down fleeting ones. The Auxilia made me proud, as they blunted the orc charges heroically, while the snipers scored hundreds of kills each. Far better for a sniper to spend 300 bolt rounds to kill 100 to 200 orcs than to fire 300 rounds at high rate from a heavy bolter for a dozen kills or less. The ammo was expensive after all. The Thunder Exo frames proved their worth, as constant ion beams burst the silly orcs into vegetable soup. Sadly, we only had some 40,000 suits for now, as they were quite work-intensive to armor up. Luckily, there was a not Forge world here, almost like my own Forge Retribution, building weapons only for the Raven Guard. During the orc attack, a number of precious date slates and library cogitators were somehow infiltrated and downloaded, with thousands of dead orc mechs scattered in pieces all over. Some of them had indeed fallen from the sky and splattered themselves in brutal litho-breaking. Others were sewn by my own left hand, with a croc grenade primed inside their pants. I wasn't the first time I used an orc invasion to obtain nice stuff, but this was not even fake. Hidden inside a vault, I found a strange artifact called the Uncreator Gauntlet, which would have been very useful a century ago. I mean, repairing or deconstructing any machine was rather useful even now, especially as it also worked on Xeno's devices. No wonder the Raven Guard had so many dedicated artifacts that nobody else had, including stealth tech and many others. Days later, I met with both the fabricator of Kiavar and the leaders of the Raven Guard, who were rather surprised and happy with my presence. "Can you really bend shadows?" Like their chapter master wondered with a wary look at my white scar bodyguard, and a rather curious look towards Canis. "Well, if you have to ask," I closed my fist and gathered shadows around me, then vanished in the tesseract and appeared behind him. "Poke," I tapped his backside with the back of my gauntlet. Then as he whirled around, I lit up my phase claws, making the brave Primaris jump backwards. I can do many things, Master Shrike. For example, I often find lost STCs and trade them away to various Forge worlds, and they give me some ships as a favor. Other times, I find Astartes chapters that need help, and I help them. From my knowledge, your gene seed is just as flawed as the Blood Angels, but not so bad as the Space Wolves. Covering my left hand in shadows, I took out a stack of STC data slates and offered them to the fabricator. A good chunk of newer STCs, including ionic flare shields and ion beamers, as well as many of my older STCs like armed sentinels and Ragnarok tanks. If they integrated my new tech for their units, they could easily gain an order of magnitude in firepower. It is too much, Lord Lancefire. If I haven't seen your troops already use them in the field, I would have wondered if they are fakes, the fabricator admitted with an astonished voice. I snapped my fingers, and the grand hall of the Ravenspire became filled with 2,000 young war clones and 100 of my blank sons, barely out of puberty. The blank ones will also be able to bend shadows, after some training. A single company, to test how your gene seed reacts to my own genome. The rest are a Mechanicus experiment for combat troops, including genetic enhancements and various mental hardening stuff. Should be able to endure Primaris induction without much trouble, I explained as the chapter master examined the new recruits with keen eyes. Woo-wah, Canis howled and rushed among the clone kids like a hungry predator, making them jump and scatter with impossible agility, even though his ferocious howl should have frozen them on the spot. Anzian did a good job with the war clones, using genes from the strongest catachan operators in the Special Operation Group, then upgrading them higher than the Demiurge had with their kin. Using natural blanks was still deadly even for clones, so it wasn't an option, while my own special genes still resisted cloning with the same horrible results. Sometimes we were lucky to collect enough neurons and nerve tissue to build a new blank machine spirit, but often it was just a soup of blood and melted organs. The blood soup still worked for PSYK out grenades and phase iron bolters, so it wasn't fully wasted. They appear rather different. Even faster than a firstborn neophyte, Master Shrike observed as Canis chased after the kids. My lamenters and our successors only use blanks, but these new war clones show promise as well, I said with a smile, then glanced up towards the special room of the Raven Spire, the Eyrie. Master Shrike followed my eyes and grit his teeth, obviously uncomfortable with the thought. I was already there, Master Lancefire. If the Primarch was to return, I believe it would have been for his own sons, not a distant cousin. He spoke with a grieving voice. Still, there are things you don't know. My bodyguard was sent by Primarch Khan himself, as a reward for finding him. My own gene seed was implanted by Sanguinius himself, and there are more strange stories with the other two Primarchs, I added in a soft voice. I did have a big stick as well, but because of the Orc invasion it would not be needed. I've heard some stories too. Maybe you are indeed the left hand of the Emperor, like some tech priests claim, the Raven Guard mused to himself, barely glancing at his loyal fabricator. Come, Canis, I will need your nose for this, I asked the brave wolf who was now giving pony rides to a bunch of my young sons, even climbing walls as the kids cheered. Quite the show, wolf, my loyal friend. I will disable the stasis fields. The chapter master promised and then ran towards a wall, then vanished into a shadow. Hey, I wanted that shadow walk skill too. I think it is a trait form there, gene seed, Lord Lancefire. Not that you need more cheats. Brother Jogatan spoke with a wise voice. I pouted and sighed audibly. My gene seed made me want to eat people. How is it fair? A minute later, the chapter master jumped down from another shadow and just nodded towards me, while a bird's skull nodded as well from his belt. Click. Healing. As I entered the room, I felt the darkness become solid, as if it was alive. And maybe it was. Books and scrolls showed moving letters, as if someone was perusing the books, all of them at once. So I took out my Emperor-signed warrant and just set it on the book stand, proof of my allegiance and trustworthiness. The darkness drew back, as if in pain. After a moment, I heard Canis growl in warning, so I stored the warrant back in its null box. Canis, don't hurt him, I said softly, and gestured towards my wolf. Canis sat down and moved his eyes from side to side, as if he could see something inside the shadows. Something was surprised inside the darkness, and a pair of ravens flew out and perched on a book stand, looking at me with doubt. I didn't come here to reveal you, Coryx. I just wanted to offer some help, if you need any. A nice phase sword, or phase claws. Maybe repair your equipment, or offer you armor and weapons. You should know I have a lot of good things. I proposed with a shrug, and lit up my claw, then made it blur. Canis raised his own paw and extended his phase claw just to show he was armed as well. Not afraid, an old and wary voice asked from inside the darkness. I killed Slaanesh, you know? Khorne is also dead, and Nurgle is shattered into small bits, as weak as a great demon. You can carry on to fight in the dark, but soon enough you'll remain without targets, I said with a sad laugh. The darkness gathered into the shape of an old and frail man, wearing bits of armor and broken adamantium claws on his left hand. I don't want my sons to see this. Nobody should see what sad shape I am. The old Primarch muttered and gently caressed Canis on his head, sounding quite worn down. You fought on, for millennia, by yourself. I can respect that, and I also approve, I answered with a nod, and offered him a bottle of expensive Damascene. Huh, you approve? Why? He asked and took a long gulp of my booze. I took out another bottle and sat down, then drink a bit myself. They killed Vulcan, some kind of cabal of Xenos and humans that try to destroy humanity. Alpha Legion is part of it too, and you know what they did to your sons, to your gene project. I was planning to bring the House Raven Knights here, perhaps boost your defenses, but if you're out in the open, a chaos invasion, like they always do. Coryx completed my line with a tired voice. Come, there are two people eager to meet you. I proposed and shifted us into the labyrinth, then back on board the Black Lament. Anzian and M stared at me, then at the decrepit Primarch with wide eyes. Coryx, at least you're alive, Anzian exclaimed in a glad voice and tried to hug his stepbrother, only for the man to vanish and reappear at my side. Don't hug an old man with your hammer hands, Anzian. You would break something. I shouted in outrage, making Coryx chuckle. Where is this? Looks like a Necron ship, he asked curious. Similar, yes. The walls are made of blackstone. It is my chapter's flying fortress, called Black Lament. I explained politely and took another gulp of wine. I saw it, shooting at those orc hulks. Xenotech, Coryx said with a wise voice, then sat down on a blackstone dais, while shadows gathered around him as if he felt in danger. Anzian, medical scans and blood samples. M, you build him some new items. Armor and weapons, the good stuff. Coryx, don't hurt the clones. They are too young to die, I demanded with a wry voice, then stepped away. I surely didn't expect to find another living Primarch, even one as battered as Coryx. Something bad must have happened to Corvus Coryx to bring him in this state, but maybe Anzian could fix him. Surely, the Primarch would want to speak with his half-brothers alone. I did the introductions, the rest should be easy. Now it was time for more bloody work, rebuilding the entire star system in my image, even using some of my saved-up asteroids for forts and minefields, then move the ice comets. Lots of work. Plus, a forge world would need a lot more than more minerals. Factories, production lines, management advice, something a Primarch should do, instead of drowning his sorrows in a wine bottle. Damn it. Stay strong. PEF. You chose this task for yourself. Don't complain when it gets a bit hard. I also visited Valine on her medical bed to find out some vital organs were now missing. No more kids, unless some divine healer regrew a womb and other stuff. We can always have kinky sex, the Inquisitor proposed with a groggy voice, possibly from the painkillers. Just rest. I'll ask Stern to take a look when she flies home. Good news, though. I found a crow. I spoke in a low voice. Alive, I hope, she whispered back, sounding worried. Mostly alive, yes. Anzian should fix him, or maybe Stern, if he doesn't burst into flames. He is really damaged. Warp stuff, I explained in a secretive tone. Oh, damaged, not turned. Or you would have killed him already, the Inquisitor concluded in a harsh voice. I try not to kill them, good or bad. It's not like I can't restrain a single man. If they are turned, the Emperor can return them, or he can kill them, if he so wants. Not my call, right? I asked rhetorically. My harsh Inquisitor wife stared at me for a second, then nodded slowly. I see. They are still a part of him, and important. No wonder the Emperor trusts you with so much power, she whispered in a low tone, then closed her eyes to rest. I nodded to myself and moved away, finding Stern still on top of the Raven Spire, staring at the sky. Hey sister, why the long face? I asked in a friendly voice. I saw him, a shadow of his former self. If I try a bit, I could simply end him, Sister Stern said with a faraway voice. We don't act monstrous, even if we have the power. It is the restraint that makes one good, not the power itself. Anyways, there are still plenty enemies to kill, and for a good cause, I explained with my lamenting voice and drew her into a hug. And when there are no more, when we finish with Tyranids and Orcs and Chaos, she asked, almost afraid. She never knew what peace was, being born in this hellhole. There are trillions of galaxies after this, then more alternate dimensions and timelines. It will take us a bit to run out of targets, I said with a laugh. Huh, always the right words to cheer me up. I guess I was worried for nothing, Stern muttered in a more relaxed tone. Come, Valine needs you, or I will lack a fertile wife in my sex life, I demanded with a wry voice. Silly Lancefire, the demonifuge whispered to herself, then warped away into the medical wing, breaching the Black Lament's void shields and Geller ramparts like they were not there at all. A minute later, Valine was already up on her feet and patting her belly with a giant grin. I guess I should go and fill her womb now. Purity. While Anzian was busy centrifuging blood vials and Margos toiled with the ancient forge, a small girl sneaked her way through the black walls of the fortress. Her name was Purity, and she was a Lancefire, thus she feared nothing. And anyways, father and mother would stomp on anything that dared to harm her, or Canis would eat them. Or if all went to hell, she could use the blue rune and call Godfather. Purity hid her presence and sound with the null aura, and hid her image with a weak psyker illusion. Nobody should know she was away, not even Sister Darcy. Sneak. Sneak? Hey, that warded door should not be open. It was never open. Purity peeked inside cautiously, to find a man reading through father's old data files. An old man, possibly over 50. He even had white hair. And so tall too. You should not read that. Father will catch you, she warned the intruder with a serious voice. A child? The man asked in surprise, or maybe shame for being caught. Old people were so strange. A child of House Lancefire. My name is Purity, and who might be you? And what are you reading? She asked, curious. Just a guest of your house, I guess. As for these logs, they are Pef Lancefire's memoirs. When he was also a child like yourself, a wise tech priest was teaching him about the galaxy, the old man explained in a patient voice, then drank from an expensive wine bottle, like father kept for inquisitors and such. That bottle better not be stolen. Father killed an inquisitor once, over a bottle of Amasec. Or with one. I'm not so clear about that part, Purity warned the man, and picked up a datalog as well, and started to read too. Huh. It seems father was also naughty, and was spanked for sneaking through the old house cruiser. The litany for the vanquished. Didn't learn the lesson at all, going by the rumors she heard from her older battle brothers. Gave him his blank blood to drink, mixed with the wine. A novel purity test, and so ironic. The pale old man laughed and shadows stirred around him, like vultures feasting on a corpse. Purity grabbed one of the bad shadows and clenched her mind fist, crushing it. A warp spawn, like a mini demon. What did you do? The man asked in fear, or maybe surprise. There's some parasites attached to you. Can I eat them? I think I can eat half of them, Purity asked innocently. If the old man agreed, she could gain a bit more power. Eat them? Truly? The man asked with a weird voice. I am still young, you know? Not like the powerful Silent Sisters, but tiny demons like these? Pa, I can eat two at once, Purity boasted, although it was a small lie. One was easy enough, but two may be a bit much for now. Purity? You say your name was? The man asked again. Purity Lancefire, the one and only. The girl agreed with a dimpled smile. Eat away then. Take your time. It's not like I'm in a hurry anyways, the man answered in a calm voice, then began to read again. Purity followed suit, delighted by father's adventures in his youth, and even learning many things from the digested technical lessons as related by the logs. Now she knew what a cogitator was, for example. Maybe she shouldn't kick the things anymore. While reading, she kept eating the bad shadows one by one. almost like eating snacks while absorbed by a picklog of her Astartes brothers returning from a mission. Hours later, she found herself chatting with the old man, who seemed a bit better now, and she just noticed Clone Master Anzian waiting by the door. She shouldn't be here. Old Crow. I have seen her father get angry. Anzian spoke over her head, warning the man about father. It's fine, Genitor. What have you found? The old man asked in a mild voice, but also powerful, like father on the bridge. Go back. Purity. There is danger here. Anzian spoke in a harsher tone. The young girl pursed her lips. Canis, here. She called on the mental link. In a flash of light, the giant wolf appeared and stood tall at her side. Wook? The wolf asked with wary eyes. Just watch over me. Anzian is scared. So I should be cautious too, she explained in a polite voice. Although it seemed unlikely, the wolf did understand words, even written words. And it was far smarter than a beast, for certain. Still worried? Clonmaster? The old man asked with a sharp voice. Even so, maintain a meter distance. Your infection is contagious, Anzian said with a sad voice. I always guessed so, that's why I stayed away. But this girl, she can cure me. She eats them, the man exclaimed in a praising voice. 1 meter, Anzian demanded again, and even pointed at Canis for some reason. Worf, Canis spoke with a gruff voice, and drew a line on the floor with its green claw. I would say this is surreal, but I did see much worse. Still in top 10, the old man muttered to himself and began reading again. Purity shrugged and pulled another logbook with her mind. She wondered if father did manage to find a girl, and how. This was the best part. Much later, M also showed up with a lot of armor and weapons which he set on the floor beside the old man. Purity, are you feeling fine? The giant man asked with a kind voice. Great. I think I almost doubled my powers already. If the old man gets infected with these shadows again, please let me have them. Pretty please, she asked politely and even batted her eyelids, like the big sisters taught her. A strange silence fell in the room, as everyone stared at her, maybe in awe or such. Woo, Canis asked as he drew a new line on the floor, a bit closer to the old man. I'd say 10%? Anzian wondered with a curious voice. Just don't move, Old Crow. When Lancefire returns, he will decide the rest. For now, it seems safe enough. M spoke with a warning voice, then walked away. You know, I didn't eat any food since I came here, but I'm still not hungry. Canis, can you also eat them? Purity asked as she drew a shadow and offered it to the wolf. Canis smelled her hand cautiously, then grinned and licked her palm, taking the shadow with it. Awah, he answered after a minute. Was that for taste good or taste bad? Anyway, it was edible. Matter closed. Purity began to read more, finding out about Decima then Hannah. Lady Decima was still around, a house admiral at Illavar, the rogue trader dynasty's capital. Hannah, however, died of old age a century ago. So strange. People could still die from age? Maybe normal people. She hadn't heard of anyone in the house dying of anything other than combat. Even her battle brothers always said they will never die of old age. I think Mother Hannah was a normal person. She died of old age. She spoke out loud, making the two men stare at her for some strange reason. Very likely so. Purity. Our house didn't have many blanks until your grandmother and then your father came. Not like these days with millions of them. Anzian spoke with a weird voice, making the other man called Crow blink in surprise. Grandmother Justine Lancefire. She died when the serpent Fulgrim was killed, but then father found the good Fulgrim and sent him to Terra. I remember that lesson, Purity exclaimed, proud of her excellent memory. The good Fulgrim, both men asked at once. Hey, so maybe I peeked into the big sister's lessons too. But there wasn't much even in that manual. The custodes took the good Fulgrim to Terra, that's all. She protested in dismay. How can there be? The old crow asked, and measured Anzian from head to toe with keen eyes. I think so too. Lancefire has too many secrets, Anzian answered cryptically. I should go, the old crow muttered softly, only for Anzian to laugh, much too loud. Oh, old man, there is nowhere to run now. Plus you are still infectious. Read your books. Maybe you'll learn not to mess with Lancefire. Purity giggled as well. If the old man wanted to run from father, he would need more luck than existed in the universe. Drink your wine, old crow. I'm not letting you leave until I eat all your shadows, She spoke in a wry voice. She was a Lancefire, and she was what they feared. Help. After a week of hard work, I had finally fixed this system and even helped the fabricator jumpstart several space docks, 4 10,000 system corvettes, and to refurbish the captured Orc kill cruisers. Although, by this point it was almost a new build anyways. We could use the Macarius engines for deep space travel, and the new Ares engines for in-system travel and combat maneuvers. The Geller fields would be replaced with Geller ramparts. The bridge would need a whole new design. There will need to be torpedo pods on the dorsal side and drop pods on the ventral side. New Godbane-class lance batteries, and a Nova cannon. The cruisers will take a century to be refit perhaps, but I will get 10 of them for trouble and influx of STCs, quite a good deal. Are you planning to visit every Forge world in the galaxy and remake them so? The fabricator asked me as we watched the first armed sentinel emerge from the production line. 1,000 Forge worlds may seem much, but compared to the million worlds in the Imperium, hardly a problem, I said with a tiny shrug. Are you also a princeps? I hear about a new Titan class, the man asked with a weird voice. You heard more than that. While the Emperor might have modified that Warlord class into a Psi-Titan, he used frames built by the Mechanicus, and Primarch Corax fought at their side. Back in the days, you would have access to the sealed records from him. Tell about the Fulgurites, I asked instead, a conservative and conservationist sect inside the cult Mechanicus. They proposed to drain motive force from our enemies. The fabricator spoke with a hidden meaning. I just nodded, deep in thought. There is another side of their creed, though. The petrified lightning. Find out what you can, and send the report to the Machine Forge, and monitor their members for outside contact, especially Xenos, but also the Inquisition, I demanded in a cold voice, then vanished. Time to see why Canis was acting strange. A second later, I found him as a pillow for purity, with Primarch Corax reading my memoirs and drinking my booze on a nearby adamantium dais meant for Terminator plate. Wura, my wolf explained in a long sentence, curing the warp sickness. That made more sense than what I first thought. A series of marks of the floor, drawn by a phase claw, possibly the danger zones, for people without the blank gene. Click. Purity vanished and returned to her mother. For a purity check. The child was still too weak for real work. For now, I see you already read about Esteban. My first near loss, I said with a sigh. And yet, you never lost. Not once in your life. Must be quite nice. Corax answered with a mild voice. He did look better a little. A few strands of black hair dotted his head. Made you wonder what the Emperor thought when he built them. A limited lifespan for some, perhaps? Or he ignored the dangers of the warp. Most likely the latter. His aura was anathema to demons, so he never considered them a real threat. We are inside the Astronomican range, Primarch. I almost expect a Custodes to step out from portal any time now, I added with a wry voice. My father won't take me by force, Lancefire. I guess I was the backup Shadow Master, in case Alfarius turned, and he did. The old Primarch mused to himself, a bit wiser now. Like I said, I approve of your actions. Normally, this would also mean the Emperor approves too. It always was so, until now, but you are still his Primarch. He will want to see you one day, I concluded with a shrug. The Emperor was not a doting father, especially not with his gene projects, but he was a controlling one. I know, and I am scared. He may vaporize me, just by his presence. Corax growled with a shudder. You're being silly. Anyways, you can simply mind talk with him. There should be a dedicated channel in the Astronomican for that. Just be warned, you are not immune to the warp. Not your words, nor your future. Not until you can turn into a pariah. I spoke with a soft voice, then walked away. M waited outside, looking a bit sheepish. His infection was reduced by 43%. In a month, maybe? I pursed my lips and scowled a bit. Using purity like that? Any Primarch was a storm, with himself in the eye. How is purity holding on? Seems to grow stronger every day. It may actually be beneficial to her and create some connections, the wise Primarch clone argued. Rather well. A child bridge to his unconscious soul. Purity will decide for herself then. I suspect she stumbled onto him by accident. I asked with a wry tone, although I knew how luck works in this place. It was a risk-reward equation, and only the worthy survived. Being given the major role in the play was a daunting task, of higher powers wanting to be entertained. Maybe it was why Segar acted that theater? This place warped the minds of anyone, and not even gods were free from their roles. If there are any accidents in this universe, then yes. Just like you stumbled onto this giant orc armada by accident, M said with a morose voice, and glared at me. It is not always fun, being thrown into adventure just for entertainment. One needs strong shoulders to shoulder the weight of the world on their back. I shudder to think why your shoulders are so large. I quipped back at him, then vanished and appeared beside Anzian in the gene lab. Well, on the other side of the transparent wall. Any news? I asked without much hope. Mutagenic infection, warp-based, possibly Xenos, demonic taint as well. It's a wonder he's alive. But then Primarchs are nigh impossible to kill. You know what it takes. Anzian answered with a kind voice, sounding sad but determined. Begin Tyranid blood testing then. The new Nephilim king first, then the Swarm Lord. I doubt regular Tyranid tyrants have enough power to trigger a transformation in a Primarch. I demanded with a level tone. Anzian was more than smart. He would know what to do. The Genitor clone just nodded, already deep in thought. And Purity? He asked after a minute. What about her? She chose her path. Now it's her burden to carry. I said with a wry tone, and moved away. A last stop at Ravenspire, and then I can go. Master Lancefire? I can barely recognize the star system anymore. How? Master Shrike asked with a bit of wariness. Just application of knowledge, Master Shrike. And a lot of headaches too. Now, I hope you saw what a proper auxilia force can do? I asked instead, shifting the topic to my next target. The man nodded cautiously. It does seem very effective, similar to the Ultramar Auxilia, but using gene mods and blanks instead of PDF soldiers. Expensive too, especially on deployments. Have the blanks I gave you impregnate a few hundred women before induction, and the same with the war clones. The genes should pass on, more or less, probably less. As for equipment, you have a decent forge world now. I try to avoid too many frangible munitions for ease of deployment, but the planetary defense can still use them. Artillery and autocannons will always be effective, as long as they have ammo, I offered with a smile. Wait, what about the Primarch? He asked as I waved goodbye. What about him? Corix is still alive, if not wanting to be found. Would you like me to beat him up and throw him at your feet? I asked with a tiny shrug. That's not, Master Shrike muttered as I vanished. It was not like I could give him a bucket of Primarch blood for more gene seeds. Corix was far too infected for that. Instead, I absensed a few gene seed canisters from his repository, so I could manufacture another brand of Primaris blanks. In a week or so in accelerated time, I should obtain several thousands Astartes with Corix's untainted seed. On the way to my next target, we took a bit of research time to explore the unique Raven Guard pattern like Corvidari bolts with their extra range and accuracy, perfect for my snipers. Same with tranquilizer rounds that could be used to capture targets. Well, biological targets at least. Even more interesting, a few examples of rare Shadowhawk and Darkwing appeared by accident in my Tesseract, such that I may study and copy their designs for my own forces. Instead of shaky cams, I could use Helmetunner Victor from now on, along the Shadowmaster Understir Cloak and Raven's Understir Fury Thrusters, a wonder of microtech for plasma engines, exactly what I needed for many other suits and weapons in my armory. And I even had Primarch Corix to help. I'm pretty sure he won't mind. Prescience. As I already promised myself, I spent a week of real time mostly inside the time field, creating several new Primaris chapters with Corix gene seed, only possible because the initial progenoid glands multiplied the gene seed every decade. So 200 times over 2,000 years of accelerated time for the initial Astartes, and then it snowballed every decade, similar to how bacteria multiplied. The Emperor had quite a genial idea with this gene seed project, and Corix even had a better one that allowed neophytes to simply grow their organs internally without needing painful and dangerous surgeries, except for two glands which were mostly bionic, the durasteel sinews and the black carapace. Sadly, gene seed obtained from blank Astartes were not usable by normal humans, since they still contained blank genes. Or maybe not so sad, if I think about it. I still wanted only blank Astartes for the Imperium, to spare me the hassle of hunting down new Chaos warbands that appeared once a chapter fell to Chaos, as they were so prone to do. 3 times on our way to Griffin 4 we had to divert course and eradicate a Chaos warband, pillaging an Imperial sector, and 2 of these were new warbands just fallen to Chaos. In our wake, we left 3 Lamenter's successors to establish themselves on nearby hive worlds and begin formatting them into proper fortress worlds, while training themselves on Genestealers and cultists. I was beginning to run out of etheric detectors, though, so only a few for each new chapter were possible, but I still had enough phase blades for 500 Astartes chapters, still in storage. Even the sharpest Genestealer claws and the toughest armor and shields could be sliced apart by the tan swords. So on that front, the new chapters were completely superior to any other Astartes in the Imperium. On the other hand, they would lack ships and tanks. Not that the Coryx gene seed was a proponent of direct engagements. They should also infiltrate pirates and steal orc ships like I did. Being sneaky had other advantages. By the time we arrived at the Forge world, I had indeed amassed a great deal of Corvide gene seed, and the Primarch himself had been restored to health, physically at least. His mental and soul state was still deficient, possibly because of whatever damage he suffered inside the Eye of Terror, until I blew it up. Only Purity seemed to have forged a tentative connection with the old man, possibly because she was cute, or maybe because she ate his warp shadows. He still had his normal shadow. "You're really letting me go?" Coryx asked, a bit confused, as we arrived at Forge World Griffin 4 and had to save them once more from another Tyrannid splinter fleet, if smaller than the original Leviathan monster. "I'd advise you to make your way to Ordo Xeno's base at Fort Prescience, along with 3,000 of your new gene sons for their death watch. They would not care much about who you are, not if you're competent enough and not corrupted," I explained with a polite but stern voice. "Still fighting in the dark, but alongside the Death Watch. It would fit, wouldn't it?" The old Primarch mused to himself and glanced at him for support. "This is not what he means, old crow. You will be able to investigate the Cabal with the backing of the Ordo Xenos and thousands of Deathwatch. Also investigate the Ordo Xenos and Deathwatch themselves, and find out the traitors," M said with a wise voice. "Ah, those extra brain lobes surely helped. Can I see him, my brother?" Coryx asked with a sad voice. I moved the 3 of us in the Tesseract Labyrinth and brought the Vulcan coffin in front of us. The Fulgurite shard still glowed with deadly vibes inside his chest, and the perpetual Primarch was still very dead. Vulcan, he was the best of us. Always so kind, so strong, that he always had to play carefully with his brothers. "Sorry, Margos, but you're not him," Coryx muttered with a grieving voice. "That I know, old crow. Too bad I don't have the memory of his death. Would have been useful." They were cautious enough to delete it from the gene memories, even though Vulcan was surely dead. M spoke in a solemn voice, his fists clenched tightly. I took out a small pouch of blackstone cards, carved from the walls of the Pharos, and handed it over to the good Primarch. "If you find anything, or need help, speak to this plate. Same if you recruit agents for this task. In the eastern side of the galaxy, you will be in my range, and I will know." "Is this some kind of Xenos tech? Necron transmitters?" Coryx asked, curious, as he examined the dull black card. "No, it does not contain any technology or transmitter, Xenos, or otherwise. It is just a spatial coordinate marker, much like you'd throw some white rocks on the ground when defending a fort to establish range for your guns," I explained cogently, not that the Primarch seemed convinced. "And when you speak to me, I can hear it in my mind, and even talk back. Cool, right?" I spoke with the sounding board, directly inside his head. The raven-haired Primarch tilted his head in a bird-like manner, trying to figure out what just happened. "Is this some bullshit null magic? Because I'm sure you don't have psyker powers," he asked with his mind. "Maybe. The galaxy is full of wonders, and horrors as well. I'm working to extend the range of my powers, but it will take time," I added with a shrug. "How long are we staying here at Griffin 4? We have time to do some fleet training and maneuvers?" M intervened, not a part of the mental chat going on. "Maybe a month or so. We will wait for the Lamenters, and I have to build a new star system, plus some Night House business," I decided with a grin. Not only I could establish another Lancefire house branch here, but also base a few Astartes chapters to protect the Galactic South. Maybe 50 chapters or so. There were still dozens of Tyrannid splinters roaming around, plus constant chaos incursions, orc wafts, and Necrons awakening. I couldn't be everywhere, but I could disperse my sons. And this nice Forge world will surely be grateful and help me build new ships with the megatons of metal I just rescued from the orcs. A lot more fucking duty as well, to produce the blank suns, but I didn't mind it that much. It was still a fairly pleasant duty, compared to other jobs. Even better, I just realized the demiurge loss cannons fired a constant beam, just like the ion beamers, which meant I didn't have to change the STC's templates that much for the auxilia. They would still pierce through anyone in the way, giving our troops an immense advantage in open-field combat. The Forge world was happy to upgrade their arsenal with my better STCs, even using parts of the Invictus warsuits to repair and upgrade their own battle automata, as they appear to be perfectly compatible, especially the arm and legs. The only thing they disagreed, and rather forcefully, was using Tyranid armor plates for the armor of their constructs. Holy metal and all that. Anyways, we could still use adamantium and blackstone, so it wasn't that bad. I wisely decided to not force the issue and keep the Mechanicus on friendly terms. Blackstone was still an order of magnitude more durable than ceramite, and has served me well. Plus, it also protected the machines against the warp, which might be more important. And so, after more than a month has passed and a large night house, mainly made of Moirax knights, had appeared on Griffin and began running around for training. Half of the knights were armed with ion cannons and their Volkite Vuglair mostly anti-infantry, while the other with graviton pulsars and quad loss beam cannons, in a better version of the Rapier laser destroyer. Then, the other half of my fleet finally appeared, rather battered and chewed up, like it always happened with Tyranids. Something even took a big bite from the Eternal Lament, so it must have been a hard fight. Father, you seem well. No ships missing? Librarian Valerian asked from his own Blackstone fortress. Why would they go missing? I asked cautiously as I counted his fleet, and saw 4 of his drop cruisers had indeed go missing. Wait, they were my ships. Air, come over and I'll show you, he said with a sheepish voice. Oh well, they probably got eaten by something big. I stepped over the void through the labyrinth and then entered beside my son into his tesseract. Maybe a few engines could be salvaged? At least the metal was not fully digested, but I captured the Norn Queen, so maybe we can use it. Looks a bit like the gene crucible we use for our clones, right? Valerian pointed at a disgusting vat of boiling Tyranid blood and malformed claws. I'll get Anzian to take a look, but it seems a bit much for our level. The Tyranids are just as advanced as the Necrons, only in biotech. Perhaps we can manufacture armor plates? I proposed with a shrug. My librarian's son raised a finger, then set it down. I was thinking better clones, but perhaps you were right. It would not be safe to use a Tyranid crucible for our troops and get them controlled by the hive mind. Inert armor is much safer. See, one day, we will have common sense in this galaxy. A very far day. Diplomacy. After meeting with Spartan and discussing for hours, Primarch Corix took his new Primaris Marines and a dozen PDF regiments from Griffin and departed towards Rapture, where the last remaining knights of House Eremos still fought from their fortified Orc. Another wonder of technology from the Dark Ages that the Tyranids still couldn't take. Also endowed with a whole library of STCs and enough supplies of gene seed and weaponry to arm 50 infantry-type Astartes chapters, the good Primarch should do well. Sadly, he would lack blanks for the next chapters, so he was given enough war clones instead. Next time we meet, I should have enough to bring him up to strength. My fleet departed for Forge Graia, where more of my successor chapters would join the Halo Crusade, including the mourners that have just visited Terra to get ratified. The grieving chapter would pass by Forge Phaeton, then join up as well, hopefully gaining more ships from a trade or two. The entire Imperium was gearing up for war, and Forge worlds were churning war material and ships as much as they could. But the Imperial loses were also magnificent. Entire fleets were eaten by Tyranids, or defected to Chaos, or both. New Primaris chapters were being founded every week, and they lost some to Chaos in the same year or sooner. And while these Chaos traders would not be very experienced, they would have modern new gear and Primaris strength, which made them quite dangerous anyways. That also meant that numerous firstborn veteran Marines were being recalled to undergo the Rubicon Primaris, as to shore up the lack of experience in new chapters. It was a bit of a shuffle, and that helped the Alpha Legion infiltrate and corrupt even more planets or Astartes chapters. There was even a band of traitors called the Punishers we had to stop for a few hours to exterminate, although Nova Mines and teleports were rather easy. I didn't understand why it was such a big deal. Once we reached Forge Graia, I got a king's welcome, to my surprise. I didn't even do that much lately. Titans paraded on orbital space walkways, Scutarii gathered in ranks and fired 9 shots towards the sky in my honor. The whole red carpet, Lord Lancefire, more wine? Maybe some phased arrayed ice cream cake? Their fabricator locum offered in a servile voice, while the fabricator general rubbed his tentacles in anticipation. I sighed inward. I did bring gifts. My travels had been rather fortunate. In obtaining STC templates and even some archaeotech samples, I spoke gently and sipped more wine. We know you did, Lord Lancefire. I also remember meeting you a few centuries ago, when you were a simple rogue trader peddling his wares for a few missiles. There are 33 Astartes chapters gathered at my forge now, and more incoming, I presume, the fabricator general said in a polite voice. I hope for 42 chapters to arrive, while we prepare your forge for macro industry. Taking on the Necron Maynarch dynasty will be difficult even so, I explained in a more level voice. While I was still the same rogue trader, I was something more as well now. Do you need your fortress to begin, my lord? The fabricator locum asked politely, while setting down another bottle of priceless wine. Oh, I already began formatting the star system. Bring the system map online. It works best if you advise me on your preferred deployment. Iron asteroids all around, spaced in orbital rings, or gathered in lumps at gravitational nodes. I asked, curious. Oh, that changes things a bit, but we can work with it, surely. Radioactive minerals here, separated by a kilometer of void to reduce criticality. Precious metals near this moon, for better surveillance while we mine. Iron and nickel asteroids, 3 concentric belts and a larger lump near the space docks. The fabricator replied with accurate locations on the holomap. Much easier indeed. In a few hours, I had the metals organized, then we started with a space hulk and more damaged ships, ice and methane comets, and then minefields, rock asteroids, barriers, and other smart stuff the Mechanicus dreamed about, but had less ability to do in a short time. My head started to hurt before the day was over, a sure sign I overused my ability. Tomorrow we continue. I don't want to get laid in bed for a week. Like the last time I abused myself, I muttered in a tired voice. Of course, there's no rush, Lord Lancefire. The fabricator general allowed graciously and splattered me with holy oil. I was not a defective machine, damn it. I moved to my room and left the Terminator plate beside the bed as I crashed. I think I slept for 12 hours, until Canis licked my face, feeling bored. Woo. He explained with a wise voice. Right, I did have more things to do, other than trading favors. Shower, skip through the labyrinth inside my plate, and ready. Brother Jogaton, any news? I asked as I sipped some black tea. The mourners arrived while you slept. Otherwise, normal stuff, he said with a sly voice. I scanned the system by habit and noticed a certain Primarch had joined the mourners, alongside a whole bunch of Imperial scribes, Lex Mechanics, and an entire Indomitus fleet that included some 50 White Scars chapters and successors. And all this in a single day. It is almost like I was expected, I noticed with a wry voice. I did say it was normal. For you? I mean, my bodyguard said cheekily. Then again, I wasn't too surprised. And there are 200 death corpse regiments, all hoping to die for the Emperor. I continued as I detailed my scans and investigated the contents of the new fleet. Would you deny them their divine redemption? Jogaton asked with a knowing voice. I thought about it for a long minute. Spartans should know how to best use the manic suiciders. Still, when facing Necrons, morale would be a factor, especially as losses mounted into billions. There wasn't much a normal human could do to withstand Gauss beams and all those advanced weapons. The Kriegers would not break, which meant holding certain spots could be done with certainty, at least until orbital bombardment could level the field. Level the Krieg unit as well, but they wouldn't mind. I'll need a dozen high-ranking Krieg officers detached to my command, and 20 infantry-only regiments, equipped with extra croc grenades and melta-bombs. We'll call it the Suicide Corps. I spoke on my Vox bead, letting my Inquisitor wife know I was awake and aware of the situation. It will be done, Lord Lancefire. I'll set the forge on the task, the Inquisitor replied with a calm voice, as she already realized what I meant. Frugal, some may call it. Only 10%? Jogaton asked as we walked towards the bridge. Judicious use of resources. They want to die, so I will give them the right place. Plus, there is no point wasting expensive tanks and artillery when we fire down from orbit, I commented in a cold voice. True as well, if a bit callous. Maybe I could do something about their vitae wombs, upgrade their clone soldiers with my clone skeins? It would surely impress the Emperor, I was certain. An hour later, I walked through the labyrinth to meet the Sword Primarch, now wearing an exceptional suit of armor, possibly better than his old one. Primarch Khan, I hear you are chopping down all the Imperium's enemies. Good job, I offered politely, although his entourage didn't seem very impressed. Not all of them, for certain. You're doing half my job for me, even using my gene seed to create more Astartes. Imagine my surprise, the warrior Primarch quipped in a light voice and patted my shoulder in a friendly manner. He didn't seem upset, so all was good. Stage 2 then. Come, we will need to plan some stuff, away from others, I said in a level voice, then vanished with the Primarch and into my tesseract. 3 Vulcan clones waited beside a certain stasis coffin holding a dead Primarch, while the live one stared for a long minute. Do you know who killed my brother? Khan asked in a cold, deadly voice. Multiple forces are involved. The Fulgurite Creed from the cult Mechanicus, also called the Brotherhood of Petrified Lightning. The Alpha Legion on the Order of Alfarius himself. Some word-bearers. A bunch of Inquisitors and other human agents, including other Perpetuals, and many Xenos of various species, leading a conspiracy called the Cabal. I explained in a low voice, not that there was anyone else here. And these 3, you cloned them, just like the new Fulgrim? Khan asked in a milder voice. Same technology, yes. Although Anzian took the lead and cloned the other 2. I'm not exactly a genius genitor, but I'm learning, I said modestly. Khan advanced and measured the clones, looking for defects. They feel so muted. Not quite blanks, but dim. Faded, he realized after a few minutes. We were designed like this, as to protect us from the warp. We also carry null wands, but those are not perfect either. Anzian spoke with a gentle voice. And you carry his memories. Do you remember who did it? Who killed Vulcan? Khan asked with a vengeful voice. Those memories were edited. Some other things too. When we were first born on Luna, Selenites are probably involved as well. Spartan spoke next, and proving once more a bit smarter than me. Oh well, they weren't called Primarchs for smashing things. Spartan and M are specialized in ground and void combat, and Strategos back home does logistics. My own idea, but it seemed to work so far. I added in self-praise. I did have a spark of genius sometimes. You should have started with diplomacy, Lancefire. Shore up your weak point first, not boost your stronger ones. Although genetics will be useful. I hear about new gene mods coming from Terra lately, Khan said in a more relaxed voice, even taking his hand from the sword pommel. Hey, I do diplomacy all the time. I trade with Forge Worlds, then manage my domain. Pick up new girls? I claimed in half outrage. The 4 giants chuckled at my antics. You're lucky to be alive, but then luck seems to be your main power. The Inquisitors managed diplomacy for you, M said with a smirk, and it was quite true as well. I didn't really like state visits and honeyed words. War was always an option. Never mind all that. I need brain power now. Let's murder these Necrons, before they murder too many humans. Agreed? I asked rhetorically. Go in Excel time, Lancefire, and bring in some cartographic cogitators, Spartan demanded with an eager voice. Sure. Let's plan this crusade right, for once. I never needed to, but Necrons could be dangerous. They also had tesseracts and tan shards sometimes. Legal plating. While waiting for more Astartes chapters to arrive, and the ships to get a bit repaired and upgraded, I continued my work with the Forge Greya tech priests and was given unlimited access to their STC constructors. 3 of them. One had a domain with power armor and various offshoots like the Thalic cyborg warriors. One had tracked vehicles, mainly chimeras and their variants, and last constructor had a wide range of bionics and brain implants, way too many to enumerate. First things first, I took out the Necron repair orb and fixed the millennia of neglect and hardened oil spills and various accidents common to all religious manufacturing, plus holes and gaps left behind by obvious battle damage and percussion maintenance. Next, I gently and subtly copied their STC database and then began to add my own projects and discoveries, some of which were present but locked or damaged, others completely unknown, like most ion technology except shields. I even left a whole file on the Texorcist's warding skills, and also applied them to the constructors themselves, as to guard them against warp incursions and malicious infiltration. The tracked STC was the easiest to use and repurpose, for obvious reasons. It was relatively simple tech, unchanged for 15,000 years or more. Adding the Ragnarok patterns for tanks and transports was quite easy, but creating new STC's templates on the rush was not advised. Forge Greya had extremely well-prepared tech adepts that would recognize tech heresy at a glance. Better not strain my relations with them over forceful advancements. I did have plenty of technologies to share anyways, more than they could repay in the next 10,000 years, to be fair. One thing I did do was mess with the Ragnarok transport template and change it into a tank destroyer pattern, using the Rapier laser destroyer template, a small tracked vehicle, already loaded into the constructor. But I left the power cables and all the targeting Logis engines separate and disconnected, as if I was unable to finish the work. They would know it was me, but also give them something to work on to fix the template. The Power Armor STC received all of my known Astartes armor templates, plus several mods and variants obtained or stolen from other chapters, or from the Death Watch. I also added the Exo frames, the Exo armor, and the Invictus warsuit, since I did have their complete and original STC templates on hand, plus an unfinished Terminator plate suit to give them something to work on. The Lyricothalix combined both an Astartes power armor and a Dreadnought life support systems and limbs into a powerful war engine, which was sadly too damaged to be used properly until I arrived. They could also use my war clones for the pilot inside, since the clones were more durable and resilient to pain and stress. I matched a few Demiurge weapons to the armor, including ion beamers and lost beamers, beside their original and powerful weapons like the Lightning_ gun or the Multimelta, creating 2 more Thalix variants for my own needs in this crusade, meaning anti-Necron work. I also inserted shield crests on the Thalix, as to give them an energy shield against the powerful Necron beams. The last constructor was the least usable by me, since I was not a real tech adept. Messing with delicate brain implants was quite delicate, but I did add the hexagrammic data wards into the STC library, plus the Demiurge barrier tech devices like the warding staff and shield, should they ever get to explore it all. There was a gigantic wealth of knowledge in there, and Forge Greya likely used only a few percents. Turning off the accelerated time field, I emerged from the last constructor vault a bit older and much more tired. Must have spent a century in there. There was so much to learn and see. How is it, Lord Lancefire? Were you able to unlock anything? The Fabricator General asked with a worried voice. The truth is, the last constructor is much too advanced for me. I could only repair it to functionality and peek a little inside the library, but it is too vast for a simple man to understand. I explained politely and mostly truthful. I did have some Primarch-grade mines hidden on my Blackstone fortress, then should understand it all eventually. Anzian the most? The other 2? The Fabricator Locum asked with no ulterior reason. Those were much simpler. I already used tanks and power armor with my units, see? I quipped with a light voice. That you do, and very competently for a human, the Fabricator admitted with slight envy. Here I have the last gifts, a cache of Knight and Titan STCs from my own personal library. Some of them are original and complete templates, others are modified by other people over the millennia, but I tested them at Machine Forge and they work anyways. You saw the Lancefire Knights and the Deus Ex Titans, right? I asked rhetorically. It wasn't from the goodness of their iron hearts that I received such welcome and access to their priceless ST. The Fabricator took my data slates with reverence and only nodded. Your holy work for the recovery of knowledge will never be forgotten, Pef Lancefire. You will have our full support in any and all endeavors. Anything you need, he promised in a grave voice. That's great. Actually, I did want to ask if Forge Greya would support the crusade towards the Necrons down south. I saw some awesome Thalix models in your constructor. Maybe you can print 1,000,000 units and have them escort my forces? Primarch Khan would also be glad, I'm sure. I exclaimed with a happy voice. The 2 fabricators glanced at each other and exchanged some hidden code. Resources will not be a problem, not the metal at least. But Thalix warriors do require pilots. Not anyone can become one. Same as with Astartes. I understand. Fabricator. I will provide the pilots as well. Same clade of war clones I use for the auxilia units. But if you want to obtain the Necron spoils, then what is left of this Thalix macroclade after the crusade will remain under my command. They will work wonders against Orc and Tyranids as well, I demanded in a more authoritative voice. Blackstone? The Fabricator asked with a bit of greed. Blackstone. Necron artifacts, their planets. Anything you want. I will depart this sector anyways. I proposed and held out my hand. Good trade. Both fabricators exclaimed and grabbed my hand in a mechanical vice. I would think so too. They extended their reach and fortunes, while I gained a robotic army that I could always repair or replenish with new war clones. Let's get the documents signed then. Words are nice, but I do have enemies too. Better cover myself in legal plating. Adamantium Lex. I proposed a minute later. The Thalax may wear power armor and Astartes-grade weapons, but they were not battle brothers. Even 1,000,000 of them shouldn't be a problem with the Codex Astartes, right? Damn Necrons. Luckily, I did have Inquisitor Ramius to write down an adamantium-clad document called the Pef Lancefire gift, which completely detailed what exactly Forge Greya donated for my personal use, and then asked Primarch Khan to countersign it, making it perfectly legal. 1,000,000 Thalax Larica armors bestowed to my name in perpetuity. Maybe they expected I would die soon? Huh. I was good for 1,000,000 years at least. Copies of the document would be sent to the Inquisition Conclave, the High Lords of Terra, and the Mechanicus Parliament on Mars, for the purpose of covering my precious ass, once they realized what has happened. So, I rolled my precious scroll beside my warrant of trade inside the null box, and began practicing the ordo reductor control and command engrams and machine litanies, which was sometimes exasperating. The pilots were human and had a package of Astartes-like indoctrination codes implanted into their minds, so they could be simply told what to do, just like normal Astartes. But no, the Mechanicus had to obscure everything under a metric tons of logic canticles, machine prayers, and innumerable battle doctrines and ironclad rules. On the other hand, my Tech Marines did have an easy time learning how to become subcommanders for the machine army, finding them far easier to control than a bunch of sub-sapient Guardian turrets. Even better, a part of the Thalax received posts on top of tanks and transports as sentries and pintle-mounted gun crew. Normal Astartes chapters used their own battle brothers for this role, which I found wasteful. Astartes were too few already to use them as vehicle crew. Each of my Titans received a cohort of 100 Thalax as support, since the Scutarii were good, but far too fragile on a battlefield where Titan's weapons could vaporize them even on a miss. My capital ships also received a security cohort of 100 Thalax, while the Blackstone fortresses held 10,000 each, for no reason at all. Barely 60,000 Thalax were allocated for these purposes, while the rest would boost the front lines or provide perimeter guards and any other role I saw fit, even as drop pod troopers or par-drop via graph shoots. Forge Greya was rapidly churning out more vehicles and power armor, while wounded soldiers received bionic limbs and even upgrades to their equipment and armor. They were obviously trying to test the new STCs and found the death corpse of Krieg the perfect test bed, as they were happy to die anyways. It was amazing what a Forge world could do if properly motivated and supplied with metal and organic materials. Even though I noticed several Vulcanite guns were stolen from my troops by invisible mechanical agents, as the Imperium had lost the Volkite technology in the chaos of the Horus Heresy or other unfortunate invasions. So, on the day my crusade was scheduled to depart, I moved once more on the Forge world, with the original STC for the Volkite disintegrator, freshly copied from the Nostari Fane. I don't like when you steal from me, fabricator. Plus, if Volkite technology was easy to replicate, you would have done so long ago, from the relics still locked inside your vaults. Here, the original ancient template for a handheld Volkite gun. But I demanded in a harsh tone. Yes, the fabricator asked with obvious unease. I will need 20 Victory-class battleships, 80 Astartes battle barges, and 600 Nova cruisers. You saw what ships I use. Just make them similar. I demanded with my rogue trader charisma. The two fabricators gulped audibly, as this was not a small order. It was something on the order a segmentum fleet, able to devastate entire galactic sectors with ease. It is possible, but it will take a long time, Lord Lancefire. And a handheld weapon isn't that powerful, no matter how ancient. The fabricator Locum spoke first, in trying to negotiate up. I realized that, when the order is finalized, you will receive a larger gun, able to be mounted on tanks and knights. This is only the preview, I said with a shrug, and vanished. A second later, Canis vanished as well, as he was feeling awkward being left behind. What? The wolf asked me, as I sat in my command throne. Yes, I know. I forgot. I explained with a bit of guilt. All ships, switch to autistic sensors. That means passive only. The new guys. I ordered on the wide fleet comm, then began to move away from Graea and towards the Orphean. First target was the homeworld of the Angels, evident on Lebethra, who had gone dark recently. Warp engine destroyers from the Indomitus fleet were already en route to obtain news, but I already knew the Astartes world had been attacked. Of course, it may be another enemy and not the Necrons, but the chances were small. Necrons were spreading out on a wide front and engaging everyone, from Chaos warbands to Orc worlds and even a Tyranid splinter fleet, which has vanished a year ago. The Imperium was next, but luckily for them, I was prepared to help. By the next week, we found the Angels Revenant battling their Necron invaders in the ruins of their fortress monastery, while Necron ships fired towards the ground, cracking a continent in half. Immediately, I set up a dozen Nova mines in the midst of the Necron escort ships, pulverizing dozens and forcing the larger Scythe and Tomb ships to disengage. Maynard Comes appeared on the Vox channel screen, bypassing the autistic locks, but failing to produce any sound, as the Vox casters were physically disconnected from the network, following the scrap code experience at Agrippina a century ago. Out of curiosity, I fired the Immaterium beam at the largest Necron ship, but the signal still came. Oh well, they didn't have any souls to erase. The poor Necrons. It would come to a straight fight. Carriers, begin deployment. I ordered via the sounding board and moved my fortress in the lead, flanked by the Eternal Lament. A green energy beam splashed over the void shields and even pierced a few until I flared the ion shield to block the incoming ray. As if by magic, the green beam got interrupted and vanished. Ion shields to max, I ordered next, and soon the entire Crusade fleet was protected against Gauss weaponry. But, as our torpedo corvettes launched their first salvo of Ironhead torpedoes, a green wave flared out from the lead Tomb ships and exploded all our torpedoes. Damn it! The Necrons had something like a Nova blast of their own, which would make our fighter runs suicidal at best. A minute later, we reached lance range and began firing, while the Nova cruisers fired their cannons at the weaker Scythe Harvest ships, blowing up one and crippling another. As the fleets moved in parallel, the wounded ship got left behind, and soon got boarded by Primarch Khan and his Primaris Space Marines. I sighed inward and added 1,000 Thalics and several Tech Marines to support him, while also flicking the larger Necron constructs into Lebethra's sun. Knight-sized Necron constructs were immune to infantry-scale weapons and would butcher the poor White Scars otherwise. Obviously, I deployed my main ground force to support the besieged Angel Revenants on the planet and kept firing at the Necron fleet with my own. After an hour of constant void combat, the Necrons had enough and turned around to flee, leaving behind 100 escorts and 5 Scythe ships for 100 corvettes and 3 cruisers that got a bit close. Their 2 Necron Tomb ships were not even damaged, which didn't bode well for this crusade. We could destroy the weaker ships, but the biggest ones were nigh invulnerable to lance batteries. Torpedoes might have worked, but they were intercepted well before we could reach the enemy. Still a victory, but not a good one. Damn Necrons,